For like 1 second.
Yes. Probably not.
For like 1 second.
Yes.
Good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. I now call to order. We are going to start. Good morning with prayer. Welcome to this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners. Pledge. A quick pause. Now we have a pastor who was asked to be here. Please lead us in prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Our Father, what a joy it is to be a servant of God and the privilege to be here today. So good to know that these meetings start with prayer, because prayer is a powerful thing. We're asking God to do what we can't do for ourselves, because He's a mighty God, an all-knowing God, never changes, shows no partiality, and He can do all things without a problem, and He's in control. We thank you for this beautiful world that you have given us to live in. What a privilege to be a part of your plan. You made all things, crowned it with the creation of human beings like we are today. And Lord, it is a joy to have life that you have given us. A life that we are here to glorify the Lord Jesus. Thank you for sending Him to this world to die on an old rugged cross for sinners like me and for all who believe. Oh Lord, we're so grateful that all you have done for us. The Bible says, if we lack wisdom, ask of God. And if we really mean business about that, He'll give us wisdom to make good choices, do the right thing for all that's involved. You're a God of holiness, righteousness, and that's what you want for us. You want us to be that which will glorify you. So Lord, it's a privilege to be here. And I pray that this meeting will go well. We'll all have respect and love for one another, because God is love, and we are taught to love one another. So give us a good time, a good day, and help us to be what we should be, loving one another, having respect, and considering every problem and every need. and do the right thing. We love you so much. Thank you for loving us. It's just a joy to be a Christian and to live for you. You've given us peace, joy, love, faith, knowing that one day you're coming for us and take us to that place where there'll never be a problem. And eternal life. How wonderful indeed. So thank you, Lord. Be with us today in a very special way. We love you. We want to do your will above all things. In Jesus' name, I ask it. And for his sake, amen.
All right. Next item is the pledge. Commissioner Cosby, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right, next up, roll call.
Ms. Cosby,
Here.
Mrs. Ebel,
Here.
Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema. Present. Mr. Moss,
Here.
Mr. Terpstra. Mrs. Curran,
Here.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Here.
Mr. Belknap,
Here.
Mr. Bergman here, and Mrs. Medema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda here is public comment. Public comment gives members of the public 3 minutes to come forward and address the board. And so clerk, if there is a list of people who have signed up, start off there. And if people could remember to please address the chair with their comments, that would be great.
Public comment number 1 is Bob Collins from Spring Lake.
I'm Bob Collins from the village of Spring Lake. It is inevitable, Joe. We are a red rural county going blue liberal. Why? Answer. Cities are marked by people from all walks of life. There are more public institutions to visit that expand your worldview. Art and field museums, theaters, parks, zoos, sports arenas, orchestras, libraries, churches, dance venues, and colleges. You have more places to shop, eat out, exercise at gyms, watch sports, order coffee, etc. In cities, you see so many more different people from more walks of life and culture. Whereas in the rural countryside, you see the same people over and over again in a limited number of local diners, a local church or school. In cities, there are more opportunities to see strangers, and you are challenged in meeting and conversing with them. Your mind expands and adjusts to a larger and more challenging world. This leads to being more liberal and accommodating to new ideas and people. This happens very powerfully when late teens go off to a college campus and meet others from other cities, towns, countries, and languages. They have discussions in classes and many bull sessions late at night. Their minds expand, and thereby most become more liberal and later seek to move away from the limitations of home. Sorry, these facts are borne out by statistics. Some people shut down with these experiences and seek to retreat to the less challenging rural mega world. They want to protect their children from so many new ideas that they find alien and hard to adapt to. They will prefer homeschooling, Christian schools, banning books, and dissing teachers in order to limit exposure to new ideas and social systems. Locally, there is Veritas Christian Academy, to provide a shield against a broader modern secular world. Beware Charles Darwin and the overwhelmingly powerful theory of evolution. Darwin's birthday was just the other day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Public comment number 2 is Derek Mullenberg from Holland.
Derek Mullenberg, Holland Township. I'd like to thank all the commissioners for your service and your time today. I want to extend special thanks to Commissioners Bonema, Curran, and Zylstra for their responses to my emails. I want to highlight the importance of public comments and their role in governance. Freedom of speech is foundational to the health and success of our nation and our county. Public comments by one citizen may spark discussion among others with similar or different views within the community. I was disappointed to see that no guidance was given to the administrator and corporate counsel to ensure that public e-comments would be published by default. As it happens, this item is on the agenda for today's meeting, and it may still be possible for the board to let freedom ring by ensuring public comments are freely viewable by all. If this is not possible, I am hopeful that after the policy is released, it will include language to support this stance or can be amended to address the gap. Last week, Commissioner Rohde mentioned that public comment was an opportunity available for every resident. I agree, and while this is true that it is available and open to all residents, many of us are unable to attend public meetings without taking time off from work, finding childcare, securing transportation, and many other reasons. The ability to comment in person is unfortunately not feasible for many residents of Ottawa County. I applaud the board for adding an evening meeting time to the schedule to allow for attendance by a larger cross-section of the population. I ask that in order to facilitate even greater public involvement, that comments via Zoom be available for all public meetings, committee meetings, not just the general sessions. Participation via public comment by a diverse cross-section of the population helps ensure that you, members of the board, are able to serve your constituents, even those that may be unable to advocate for themselves in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Holly Little from Park Township.
Sure, on number 3. Nice try to sidestep.
I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
If you could please answer the clerk.
Pardon me?
The clerk asked you a question.
I'm
Could you
just
please
about
answer?
ready to.
I know. Could you please answer the clerk?
Dan Zimmer. I have my ticket back here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Go ahead.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, West Olive, Michigan. Chairman Moss and members of the room. For the public record, the board was sworn in January 3, 2023, and in less than 6 weeks, February 10, 2023, a lawsuit was filed in Ottawa County Circuit Court against Commissioners Joe Moss, Sylvia Rhoda, Lucy Ebel, Gretchen Crosby, Rebecca Curran, Roger Belknap, and Allison Miedema. County employees take a career path to be public servants, gainfully employed. They should not be subjected to thinly veiled revenge and spiteful actions by commissioners who parade their faith as if they have God on speed dial. Sunday Christians talk the talk, but don't walk the walk. Some vocabulary words board members should brush up on. Conspire, to join in secret agreement to do an unlawful or wrongful act, or an act which becomes unlawful as a result of the secret agreement. Scheme, a plan or program of action, especially a crafty or secret one. Connive, to cooperate secretly or have a secret understanding. Collude, to work together secretly, especially in order to do something illegal or dishonest. I support Adeline Hamley and her day in court. I hope the commissioners participate equally in the personal trauma, uncertainty, and fear to the degree that they have inflicted it upon others.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Holly Little and I live in Park Township. I'd like to speak this morning to Nathaniel Kelly's qualifications or lack thereof for the position of Ottawa County Administrative Health Officer. The pertinent section of Michigan law states that an administrative health officer shall have a master's of public health or a master's of science in public health degree and 3 years of full-time public health administrative experience. While I'll focus on the experience aspect of these requirements, I'd like to note that Mr. Kelly's resume lists an MS in public health and an MS in occupational health and industrial hygiene. Both of these degrees are from Columbia Southern University, an online university, and neither of these programs are accredited by the normal accreditation bodies for those degree programs. In researching Mr. Kelly's qualifications, I looked at his LinkedIn profile on January 25th. At that time, Mr. Kelly's self-described skills included a list of 37 topics in health, safety, and environment. Public health was nowhere to be found on that list. Curiously, when I looked again 2 weeks later, public health was at the top of the list. Mr. Kelly's resume lists approximately 7 years of experience in occupational health and safety with less than 3 years in a managerial role. He maintains in a letter to this board and quoted in MLive that the CDC recognizes occupational safety and health as an integral aspect, and I emphasize aspect, of public health, often misunderstood by the general public. He goes on to say that the workplace is a small cohort of the public, emphasis on small. While that is true, public health is much bigger than occupational health, and Mr. Kelly's occupational health and safety in no way comes close to meeting the experience requirements for an administrative health officer. I say this not as a member of the public, not a GSP, with a master's degree in industrial safety management and over 30 years of experience in the field. Mr. Kelly is not qualified for this role. Again, just because you can, doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment number 5 is Jeff King from Jamestown Township.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Commissioners. My name is Jeff King. I've been a resident of Ottawa County since 1965. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak up for the citizens of Ottawa County that elected me as a precinct delegate. I am here to disavow the potential use of taxpayer dollars for the promotion of Kinky Sex Week at Grand Valley State University. It would never have occurred to most Ottawa County taxpayers that sponsoring kink education and sex by demonstrations for college students would be considered a responsible use of county funds. This event took place from February 6th to February 10th. On Wednesday, February 8th, the Midwesterner news site posted an article exposing Ottawa County Department of Public Health participation in GVSU Sex Week. Here's a few quotes from the article. The week kicked off Monday with a Peaches and Cream event, which was billed as get some vanilla ice cream, peach rings, and swag. But the Urban Dictionary of the event name is much bawdier. One is sex and crack, having sex with a fine woman or a Georgia peach, and indulging in crack cocaine, also known as ice cream. Later that night, an advertised What is Sex event taught students about polyamory, that is multiple sexual relationships, and they covered the various forms. Once the Ottawa County Republican Party learned of the health department's participation in this event, they took decisive action to issue a statement that is posted on their website and emailed to their membership. In addition, the Kent County Republican Party notified their members and asked them to sign a GVSU Sex Ed Week petition, which received 787 signatures so far. Once exposed, both health departments got their names as partners removed from the Recreation and Wellness website. I agree with this quote from the Ottawa County Republican statement. We trust that the Ottawa County Department of Health, Public Health and GVSU will think better of this apparent lack of thoughtfulness and respect for the Ottawa County taxpayer. If indeed this was funded, approved by the Ottawa County Department of Public Health prior to the new Board of Commissioners being sworn in on January 3rd of 2023. All colleges and staff that approve this Kinky Sex Week need to be fired. Our universities need to educate, not indoctrinate. I also want to thank our county clerk for withdrawing from the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. And thank you for seeing it for what it really is, Zuckerbucks 2.0. Just another opportunity to corrupt our elections with private money. Thank you, Justin, for your insight. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Stephen Rockman from Grand Haven Township.
Morning, Commissioners. The talk of the town is that Ottawa County sponsored Kinky Sex Ed Week at Grand Valley, where men were referred to as penis owners, women as vulva owners. So much for feminism. At this Sex Ed Week, referred to at this Sex Ed Week, many, so to speak, higher education events took place, such as the Peaches and Cream Social, where students learned how to use vanilla ice cream, peach rings, and swag for sex acts. At What is Sex, students learned about multiple sex partners, bondage, discipline, domination, submission, sadism, masochism, crush fetish, and most importantly, what transgenders call their genitals. There are many other intellectually, pardon the pun, stimulating events, such as the one that emphasizes the sex needs of the disabled. Perhaps Grand Valley students would need an IEP for their IUD. I think the employees of the Department of Health involved in this event have earned the opportunity to be fired, look for work at Nice and Naughty. Ms. Hambley can be a floor walker. In the future, I look forward to the county sponsoring events that will help the disabled in this community, not with sex toys, but with more opportunities for staffed housing and caregiver support. The current system is traumatizing to parents and their children. Turning to COVID, one commissioner is floating the idea of the creation of a pandemic committee, not to investigate the tyranny of the mandates, but to create a bureaucratic panel to manage the citizens of Ottawa County in the future. Strikes me as a breach of contract. Speaking of the pandemic, the Cochrane Review recognizes the gold standard in evidence-based medicine recently published its findings that masking, surgical, medical, and 95 do not reduce the flu or COVID. Looks like the revered Lisa Stefanowski was wrong, and the much wrongly maligned Nate Kelly is right. I want to mount those shots she was pushing. Contrary to science, they do not prevent catching or transmitting COVID, and it plausibly require regular vaccine maintenance, like an oil change, for Pfizer's bottom line. I'm surprised Pfizer didn't sponsor Sex Ed Week like Sam Smith. I recognize that this board has a lot on its plate and that many of you must be over target given all the flack you're taking from the politically ambitious and the unhinged caterwauling fascists. And this verse from Isaiah. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Thank you, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Marcia Vandenbrink, Holland Township.
Good morning, Marcia Vandenbrink from Holland Township. I don't have notes, so just ding me when I'm done. I want to thank you guys. I want to tell you a brief story. In 1977, I met a very special person who had recently immigrated to the United States. He left the Philippines. The reason he left the Philippines because it was being run under martial law. He told me horrific stories. And if you want to see some of what went on, all you have to do is go online, especially go to Wikipedia, and you'll find out about martial law. In 2020, I started seeing a lot of the same stuff that my late husband was talking about. One of the reasons he immigrated here was his dream was to start a business. We did that together and we started from the ground up. Were we diverse? You sure as heck we were. We looked as different as each other. But one of the reasons he said, one of the things he told me when we started our business, he said, I will not accept any money. I don't want any special treatment. We were considered a 100% minority owned business because I was a woman. He was a minority. We could have gotten a lot of money, but we didn't take it. He said, we will succeed on how well we do. He died in 2004. Where is he now? He is in heaven where he belongs. That's where we should all want to belong. After I saw what was going on in 2020, so much of what he used to tell me was happening here. And that's when I said, I'm going to do what I can to continue to fight for the freedoms that we have in this country, but that are slowly slipping away, because that's the exact same thing. That was for trying to bring our freedom back. And I want to say this, let freedom ring in Ottawa County.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Karen Obitz from Village of Spring Lake.
Good morning, Karen Obitz, Spring Lake, and I'm going to start with an apology for scattershot thoughts. I did not have the time last night to write these out more coherently, because instead I spent about an hour speaking on the phone with a beleaguered county employee, just sharing with me some of the stresses that she and her other employees are under. And that gives me great concern, because I know that among the many very dedicated servants of the community we have in this county, her story cannot be unique. And I feel very strongly that one of the reasons for this stress has to do with the way in which I have observed many of these employees be beset by what seems to be harassment. I've worked in many different occupations across the course of my 40 plus years, thankfully retired now. And I know when I was miserable most, and it wasn't because I didn't particularly like the job, I could do the job. It was when the work environment was not supportive. So I urge you to think seriously about some of the repercussions of some of that sort of harassing behavior. Specifically, I want to speak to the fact that those CMH positions were delayed rather than approved in the standing committee that met recently. Sorry, again, scattershot, remembering the committee's names is not going to be within reach this morning. But my point is this: I know for a fact that many of the people who work at CMH are already carrying an inordinately large load. To have the help that they need is an urgent need, and not just for the beleaguered staff. We in the community need those positions filled because they serve us. And I implore the commissioners to adopt that mantle of servant leadership and consider the long-ranging effects of those kinds of delays. Similarly, the delay of the appointment of Brittany Brown to fill the vacancy on the, I think it's the Community Action Agency board. Why? Not necessary, and it could well hold up funding. It's really imperative that these decisions on the part of your staff be first regarded with an implicit sense of trust. If you have other reasons to believe they're not worthy of that trust, that's another thing. I, as an observer, am not seeing a reason for a lack of trust in their decisions. And finally, I would like to speak to the policy about written comments being available online. I also support what Derek Muhlenberg said for the absolute critical need to be able to access those. I had had so many wonderful conversations with people in my community over the past several months that I would never have engaged with, because we don't rub shoulders every day, but I learned so much from them, and I hope they also appreciated what I had to offer. We need that dialogue to be a healthy community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Pam Dreisinga from Blendon Township.
Dear board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Pam Dreisinga, and I'm a resident of Ottawa County and a precinct delegate. I'm here today to voice my support for Ottawa County's withdrawal for consideration for membership in the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence program. The U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence is described as a nonpartisan alliance of election officials and nonprofits geared towards supporting the nation's excellence in election management. As part of the program, Ottawa County would potentially have access to private funding in the amount of $1.5 million based on the 227,765 registered voters listed in the November 8, 2022 election results on the Ottawa County website. I agree with the following quote from County Clerk Justin Robach in the January 31st Fox 17 news article. I firmly believe that funding for election administration must come from federal, state, and local governments, says Clerk Justin Robach. Election administration is critical government infrastructure, and when private individuals seek to fund election operations, it casts a shadow over public trust in the process, particularly when the resources can be tied to individuals or groups who may have also contributed to political parties or candidates. Free and fair elections are the bedrock of our constitutional republic. Over the past 2 years, the United States experienced a plethora of unsecure election practices, unrestricted mail-in balloting, privately funded unmonitored drop boxes, states and counties stopping their vote counting, results reporting that took days, weeks, and even months, and elections being called when only 10% of a state's votes had been reported. Public trust does need to be restored, and this is a step in the right direction. In addition, I support future election integrity measures of citizenship requirements, showing a government-issued photo ID, one election day, universal signature matching, voting absentee with a legitimate reason only, in ensuring an unbroken chain of custody. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Cindy Corneli, at Talmadge Township.
Hello, I'm Cindy Cornelia from Talmadge Township. And I feel like I should just say ditto to what she said. But anyway, first off, I'd like to thank all of you for your service. And I know I'm supposed to direct it to you, so, okay. Anyway, one other thing I do want to say is I sent an email to Ms. Miedema, and she sent me a very nice explanation of how to address something in Talmadge Township. And I do thank her, even though I'm looking at him. Okay. So anyway, I also would like to speak in regards to the initiative for the Center of Election Excellence. At the end of last year, they must have notified Ottawa County that we were going to be awarded the funds. And Mr. Robach, he did think it through, and he did turn that down. And I'm saying a lot of what Mr. Riesinger said, so I should have had a different number, put a few people between us. But Mr. Robach said that, I firmly believe that the funding for election administration must come from federal, state, and local governments. Election administration is critical to government infrastructure. And when private individuals seek to fund the election operations, it casts a shadow over public trust in the process, particularly when the resources can be tied to individuals or groups who may have also contributed to political parties or candidates. And I do want to thank him for withdrawing from that. Right now, the House of Representatives is going through a bunch of investigation. And if you're online, you can actually see those investigations. And they're talking to many of the big techs that were behind this very initiative. And so there's more reason to be thankful that this was turned down. And so thank you, Mr. Robach. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Lisa Bosch from Wright Township.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bosch from Wright Township. In 1988, I purchased my little piece of America, my safe space, to raise my family where my children could start kindergarten and graduate in the same school district, unlike my childhood. Like my parents before me, I voted mindlessly Democratic for many years. I never looked into the issues. I never questioned the values of the party. Representative values. However, sometime after 9/11, I started to look into the issues and what the Democratic Party represented. And I realized that I loved my country. I loved what it has stood for. I loved being a free nation. I loved the equal opportunity that America has offered to me and many others. America is freedom. Our Declaration of Independence recognizes individual freedoms where it says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am not embarrassed to love my country and the opportunities it has to offer. We've
been known as the land of the free since the founding of our nation, and we need to work to keep it that way. The Democratic Party wants to contrive and contort the values of this nation. It wants to replace individual rights with big government. It seems to want to pit people of different religions, ethnicity, genders, sexuality against each other. It's divisive and destructive. I can no longer support what the Democratic Party is dishing out. I know exactly what grooming and gaslighting looks like. The Democratic Party is to groom our children in places where they should be safe is school, and they are trying to gaslight us with the destruction of America. It's not the place where I want to belong. The fight and flight that goes off in me because I'm seeing the sexualization of our children and the gaslighting of the people of Michigan and the United States had me constantly thinking, where can I move? Where can I be free? I know many that have already left Michigan. Well, because of your courageous and decisive moves, if I didn't already live in Ottawa County, I would want to move here where freedom rings for all. I want my individual rights to be able to choose not to wear a mask, not to be vaccinated, not to be discriminated against for my religion. I want to be free. I want to be free to carry a concealed weapon for my protection. I want fair hand-counted elections. All of us in this room should want free and fair elections. I would volunteer my time standing side by side with any Democratic American who is also willing in order to avoid machines that are corrupt.
Thank you.
Next public comment is David Barnowski, Port Sheldon Township.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm coming up on my 2-year anniversary of coming to these meetings. I never intended to get into a fight with anybody. I never intended to speak. But I'm here again, speaking in support of the public health officer. You are wrong to try to dismiss her. You have been told so multiple times. And I have no doubt that you will continue to try to do it, because I don't see any give and take in your positions. So I could go on so many things that I disagree with you about. This room is supposed to be to bring together disparate voices to hash out the differences between people across the county. But you went out when you wanted to be commissioner, you went out and you recruited enough people to take over a majority. So you don't have to debate. You don't have to have arguments. You don't have to defend your positions. You just vote. You've all decided, you're all with the same point of view. So if you want to become legitimate, because right now I don't think any of you are, with the exception of 2. But I do say, I do know you won the election because I certified it. I certified as a canvasser, I certified the election that the primary election. So I know you won. But if you can't defend your positions, if you arrange it so that you don't have to have an argument with anybody, you're not doing your job. To that end, I want to challenge you all. Have any of you spoken to the press? Do any of you answer questions from the press? I haven't seen it. I'm looking for it constantly. Talk to the press. You make nice room for them. You don't, I can't sit over there, and I'm not complaining about that. I want them to be here. Talk to the press, because that's talking to us. Oh, and I forgot to say, Port Sheldon Township.
Thank you.
Next public comment is David Lee Moran, Allendale Township.
David Lee Moran, 55-year resident of Ottawa County. I thought I knew what I was going to talk about until just now. Two people are only qualified. You all were elected. You are the board, all 11 of you. No matter what anybody says. It's your job to serve the people of this county, to make decisions and move forward. Some of you will disagree. Other than the menial tasks. But I find it interesting that people come and throw darts and mud. In the previous board, if you go back and look at their record, and there's some previous board members here, would find that the majority, the vast majority of the votes taken were 11-0. Something to think about. They weren't here throwing darts and stuff at the people who sat there before. I'm proud of what's going on. Also, I'm proud of Mr. Justin Roebuck for turning down the money. And I hope him pouring everything he has into making our elections true and honest. And I mean that, Justin. I also pray, Justin, that you would do your job and the best of your ability to support this board as a board and to keep them from falling, and to keep them where they need to be and do everything in your power to help them. Okay. That being said, I've been looking at the agenda. I see nothing on there about road commissions. I've spoken many times from this position. I'm not going to go away. It needs to be addressed. Wronging the people of this community by lying to the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan. It's never good. We all stood here and pledged allegiance to that flag that says there's justice for all. And the justice is supposed to be blind. It's not about a good old boys club or having the right last name. We've fallen. And I know this because I've lived it. I don't need to embellish and I don't need to make that up. The repercussions from being involved in being a troublemaker, I hold that proudly. All the accusations of stalking people's daughters, having board members threaten to kill me, and fighting an $80,000 lawsuit. These are all facts because of your news media is more than willing to print them. They've been there, done that. Continue the fight. Doesn't matter about how much thankfulness you get or if you feel like you're winning. Just do the best you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Harvey Nickel, Georgetown Township.
Thank you. I'm Harvey Nickel from Jenison. I support you and thank you for standing up for our constitutional freedoms and parental rights. We are living in crazy times. In my whole life, I would have never imagined that parents who speak up to keep sexually explicit books out of the school libraries and to keep biological males from using the girls' bathrooms would be labeled as domestic terrorists. I can't believe that our society has gone so crazy as to say that men can get pregnant. And it's unacceptable that our health department is supporting Kinky Sex Ed Week at Grand Valley. None of these makes any sense unless you realize that this is all part of an agenda. Joseph Stalin stated, America is like a healthy body and its resistance is threefold. It's patriotism, it's morality, and its spiritual life. If we can undermine these three areas, America will collapse from within. In 1958, Cleon Skousen authored The Naked Communist, in which he listed 45 communist goals to destroy America. This list was entered into the congressional record in 1963. I have a copy for each of you and have highlighted some of the goals that shed light on what we are experiencing. Please allow me to read some of them. Capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. Get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of the teachers' associations, put the party line into textbooks, infiltrate the press, get control of the book review assignments, editorial writing, and policymaking positions. Gain control of key positions in radio, TV, motion pictures. Eliminate all laws governing obscenity, calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. Break down the cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. Discredit the family as an institution. Encourage promiscuity and easy divorce. Present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. Eliminate prayer or any phase of religious expression in the schools on the ground that it violates the principle of separation of church and state. Infiltrate and gain control of big business. Emphasize the need to raise children away from the negative influence of parents. Attribute prejudices, mental blocks, and retarding of children to suppressive influence of the parents. Considering what is going on in our country now, we have to wake up and stop this evil agenda that is destroying America. Commissioners, I urge you to continue to identify and eliminate from Ottawa County the programs based on Marxist ideologies that are often couched in flowery language and are really insidious and destructive in nature. I have 11 copies. They're highlighted. Please read all those 45. You'll be amazed at what's going on.
Thank you.
The next comment is Gail Roloffs from Allendale Township.
Good morning. I'm Gail Roloffs from Allendale. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before the Board of Commissioners. I would like to address a couple of items. First is the press release from Justin Robach, Ottawa County Clerk, and the decision to remove Ottawa County Elections Division from consideration of the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. Thank you. This is absolutely the correct decision for our county. However, as I look into the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence and what it stands for and who backed it with money, I was surprised that Ottawa County even considered being part of it. On the website was Mr. Robach's note about becoming one of the finalists for the program, and he stated, and I quote, "We are so excited and thankful for the opportunity to partner with the colleagues from across the country in the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence for the inaugural program." So I ask, what changed in the 2 months of becoming a finalist and withdrawing from the Alliance? Was it the fact that this Board of Commissioners is going through every department of our county with a fine-tooth comb? Or is it because our county doesn't need or want money from the likes of the Rockefellers, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and many more like them, who funnel money through the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence? The board and we, the people, deserve more transparent answers. Secondly, I agree with the commissioners who asked for more transparencies and answers from our county health director, Adeline Hambley, at the January 31 County Health and Human Services Subcommittee meeting. The transparency was in regards to inappropriate websites that were on the health department page. Whoever approved these websites needs to be held accountable. And in connection with this transparency was last week's Sex Week at GVSU, who approved Ottawa and Kent County's health departments to be promoting for this event, and were funds allocated? Obviously, all of this was approved before our new board members took office in January. In fact, members of our former board who are seated before me should be able to shed light on the health department moves. There seems to be shady happenings in the health department as inappropriate pages on the website and promotions of events go forward until people start questioning them. And then these promotions are quickly removed. The health department needs to be held accountable, as well as board members who have served in previous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Don Bergman from Park Township.
Don Bergman from Park Township. Your January 24 commission meeting and today's was opened with a divisive sectarian prayer. Your supporters delivered 3-minute sermons thanked for you for being true Christians and quoted scriptures. Ottawa County Commissioners, Ottawa Impact County Commissioners, I perceive that in every way you are very religious. I called you fascist. A more apt term, equally damaging, is theocrat. Theocrats hurt people, justify their controlling others as doing God's will. But whose God do we follow, yours or mine? Religion, though it can do good, has been a bane of human existence. It continues to divide people into warring tribes and is used to justify unspeakable inhuman acts. The Bible was used to justify our genocide of natives and enslavement of Africans. Over our centuries, Christians have still used the Bible to justify inequality. Our Declaration of Independence, appealing to the laws of nature and self-evident truths, concluded all are equal with certain rights. Take out the deist words God and Creator, and the document still stands. It does not state we hold these truths to be biblical. The authors of our Constitution, many coming here to escape religious conflicts, attempted to end such conflicts by creating a secular republic, granting freedom of and from religion with no religious tests for holding office, such as your organization has, and in the process has ignited a religious conflict. Sadly, our current Supreme Court, allowing for religious discrimination, does not support equality. There is no room in America for discrimination for any reason. In the public square, you don't get to judge who is or is not an unrepentant sinner, who or whom you will not respect as a human being with equal rights. Your decisions must be guided by what is best for the community, treating all equally, not imposing your concept of God's will. The American flag represents a secular republic and does not belong in a church. Neither does a Christian flag belong here. This room is a secular space. If not, then you have established a theocracy and we have no freedom from your religion. You have twisted your religion to harm others. Right now, I'm looking at the face of theocracy.
Thank you.
Excuse me, the next public comment is Walter Davis, Grand Haven Township.
Allahu Akbar. You may have forgotten that this is Black History Month. So I'm going to begin by finishing the remarks I was making the last time I was here when I was talking about your use of a quotation out of context by Martin Luther King to justify your change of the motto. I can do that best by repeating something that Joseph Welch said to Joe McCarthy, an earlier incarnation of fascism, for doing things like that. Have you no sense of decency? Have you, after all, no sense of decency? Joe, as you may know, though John may have taken it down, I have challenged you to a public debate on Ottawa impact and what you really stand for. I will continue to challenge you. If you have any guts, you will respond to that challenge. It's unlikely. Let me switch because I don't know how much time I have and I have to speak very seriously. I made a promise at an earlier time to speak at every meeting for the next 2 years. I have to withdraw that promise for health reasons. Turns out being around you is injurious to my health, Joe. Get that smirk off your face. I have a health problem. My blood pressure spikes when I'm under situations of stress. It threatens stroke or heart attack. I also have an aneurysm. Doctor has advised me not to speak at these meetings. I want to use that as an advantage because 3 minutes doesn't give you much. Write this down, Joe. Write down the words Max Knife, MAC apostrophe S, KNIFE. That's the newsletter that I run. I now have over 150 pages of materials on you people. I'm going to invite, I speak through your highness to the larger body. I'm going to invite everyone to join that newsletter. The other way to do so is Davis Walter A, small letters, Davis Walter A 876@gmail.com. Write me and I will sign you up. In my second 3 minutes today, I'm going to begin the description of Christofascism. And because, Joe, you have put that on the menu, I will use the Libertas Christian School where your kids go and the Evangelical Emmanuel Free Church where the spiritual advisor is a pastor to illustrate those points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Deb Sizik, Port Sheldon Township.
I'm Deb Sizik, Port Sheldon Township, District 1. The Freedom Bell continues to wane with each Ottawa County Commissioners Board meeting, and most recently, Health and Human Services, Talent and Recruitment, and the Finance Committee meetings. The dismissive behaviors of the chair and vice chair are unprofessional, and the go-to default of needing to gather more information, a weak excuse to fill a position with your chosen one. Ottawa Impact's campaign promises of transparency and sound governance don't appear to be ringing true. Vetting health director candidates for a non-posted position before being sworn in as a commissioner does not appear to be an above-board business practice, nor is circumventing the county HR department. Tabling a volunteer applicant who was qualified and vetted properly for a seat on a committee board that frankly no one else wants was unconscionable. Suddenly, the volunteer applicant process is of interest, but for a paid position such as public health officer, it was not. A recent request by Community Mental Health to approve 8 additional positions was not granted. Did you consider the constituents that would be served by these positions and the time and effort that goes into writing grant applications? Thank goodness we still have Addie Hambley, with 19 years of professional experience acting in our best interest. Thank goodness we still have full disclosure of health options should I want or need assistance. My freedoms are being stifled by those associated and supportive of Ottawa Impact, not enhanced. Placing legal health options on a public web page are not activist and should not be hidden. The county vision statement, "Where you belong," was not divisive or Marxist. If a library book is offensive to me, I can choose not to read it. Your job does not entail using your position as county commissioners to dictate to local school boards what legal accountant to use or what courses to teach. Exercise your parental rights properly and monitor the internet activity and reading material of yourselves and your children, but don't compromise my choices under the guise of freedom. Instead, provide county commissioner worthy leadership, learn about local nonprofits and support their endeavors, meet with the business community and learn about the agribusiness, which is important to our county. You are not my parent or my moral compass. Freedom is having the ability to choose from all options, and I am capable of doing that without interference of Ottawa Impact and its hidden agenda. Let freedom ring. Apparently it does for those who believe the rhetoric. Your Ottawa Impact leadership and vision statement, that's what's divisive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Krista Mason, Park Township.
Good morning. In the midst of this transition, I want to thank you. I think each of you has assumed a weighty responsibility of stewarding resources for the good of Ottawa citizens. And I want to thank each one of you for your willingness to step into these vital roles that will shape the future of Ottawa County. I'm the executive director of Benjamin's Hope, 20 years ago, my family and I moved here with our 2 young boys. Our youngest, Ben, is profoundly affected by autism. We moved to Holland to develop a faith-based farmstead community where Ben and others with intellectual and developmental disabilities would have the opportunity to thrive, be treated with dignity, and enjoy a purposeful and integrated life. Today, Ben's Hope is a vibrant farmstead community providing 24/7 care to support 31 men and women who have complex medical and behavioral needs. Ben's Hope is designed to create meaningful, integrated experience for adults with autism, their families, and our entire community. These services are partially funded through public health care dollars, and the remainder is supported by faithful giving from our community. For 20 years, the Ottawa County CMH team has worked as a partner with me and my team to grow Ben's Hope into what it is today. I cannot imagine another community in the country that would have, where this might have happened in this way. Ottawa County is truly rare. We love people, all people. We value people with disability and are committed to ensuring that they and their families thrive. It is important that I share with you that Lynn Doyle and her team have been true partners for the good of our whole community. When Ben was young, I dreamed of a future where he would be known and valued, where his unique gifting would be recognized, and he would have an opportunity to be part of the community. For Ben and so many others, Ottawa County CMH has been a vital partner in bringing this dream to a reality. In closing, we live in an extraordinary community. I thank our CMH partners. I thank you, our county commissioners, for working hard to preserve the values and innovative spirit that makes Ottawa County extraordinary.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Cindy Spielmaker, Grand Haven Township.
Hello, I'm Cindy Spielmaker. I live in Grand Haven. I'm here to express my support for our county's current administrative health officer, Adeline Hambley, and to express my concern about your attempt to replace her. On the county board website, it's noted that commissioners only make the hiring decision for one employee, the county administrator, not the public health officer. And yet you, the Ottawa Impact Commissioners, passed the resolution removing Ms. Hambley from her position. She was hired following the county's current hiring practices. The position was posted and 3 candidates were interviewed, Ms. Hambley and 2 external candidates. This was done by a 5-person panel, not secretly. Ms. Hambley was selected unanimously and was approved by the Board of Commissioners and the state. The state of Michigan's qualifications for administrative health officer are based on having the appropriate master's degree and full-time public health experience. You, the Ottawa Impact Commissioners, selected Nate Kelly in secrecy and outside the county's hiring practices. He does not meet the qualifications for health officer, as he has never worked as a full-time public health administrator. You're attempting to replace someone who's highly qualified and who has been officially hired and approved by the state with a person who does not even meet the state requirements. And now you're facing a lawsuit, potentially costing the county more unnecessary spending. This position is vital to our community. It requires not just someone who meets the minimum qualifications, but someone who has exceptional experience in the field of public health. Adeline Hambley is that person. Public health is not about a single virus. Please look beyond your obsession with the COVID response and consider all that public health encompasses. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Rebecca Patrick from Allendale, and I'm here to continue to speak with you on the subject of trustworthiness, a subject on which I've addressed this board previously, and some of you individually. You propose, or some of you do, to extend the contract of the Common Law firm from 2 years to 3. And please excuse my bluntness, but your stated reason for doing so is a word salad of ridiculousness, as stated in the agenda, having to do with aligning contracts and whatnot. I think your real reason for doing this is to embed the Coleman Group in the county as legal counsel for 3 years, even if many of you are thrown out at the next election and after 2 years. If this is true, it's another deceptive, untrustworthy action on the part of some of you who appear to want to treat public service as a game of partisan gotcha. So before you take that vote, here are some questions I'd like you to consider. Which ones of you are starting to get the picture that you're continually being asked to do things that aren't in line with your stated values as Christians? Which ones of you will have the courage to stand up and say, enough with the deception and lies? Encourage enough to say you're done with skirting questions, to quote one of you, in pursuit of this deception. Encourage enough to recognize that you don't want to serve the father of lies, a biblical reference you should all be well aware of. To those of you on the commission who are working for the common good in the spirit of trust and openness, thank you again. And here's a piece of information that might help you, even if the majority votes to extend this contract as proposed. This is directly from the county's purchasing policies, item 9. Failure to follow the county's purchasing policies as they relate to spend thresholds. The county is not responsible for the costs of goods and services ordered or purchased by the county by any county official or employee that are not obtained in accordance with this policy. Contracts negotiated outside of this policy will be considered invalid and non-binding. I have about a minute left, so I'm going to ad lib here, which is always a dangerous thing, but also in the interest of trustworthiness. We've heard a number of folks stand up here this morning and talk about the fact that the Public Health Department somehow sponsored this event at Grand Valley. From everything I can read in the press and everything else, this was not a sponsored event by the county. Somebody stuck the county's name on it, and the county was there to do what they always do, which is to provide STD screening for students who want it. In no way did the county sponsor this event. And then one other thing I'd like to point out is that there are so many people up here who have spoken to Mr. Roebuck's work in promoting what I would call trustworthiness. And as you well know, I disagree with many of your policies and things that you've done, but I wholeheartedly supported Mr. Roebuck. It is possible to do both. Let's try that.
Next public comment is Gail Harrison, Grand Haven Township.
Good morning. My name is Gail Harrison. I am in Grand Haven Township. And today I would like to talk to you about the elimination of the Equity and Inclusion, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Office. I want to give you a little history of what happened over the past 20 years in terms of research and motivation for us to try and advance a place where diversity is valued. Michigan Future did a 20-year study, Michigan Future, Inc. It was a statewide initiative that looked at what were the key components that were necessary for Michigan to create regional economic development successes. And what they identified was that we need a place, we need regions that have highly educated workforce, that create, that have a strong entrepreneurial spirit, and thirdly, that are welcoming places for all, for diversity and inclusion. That was in 2020. 20 years later, the Michigan Future, Inc., who has created 3 different reports over this 20 years, identified a roadmap for policymakers wanting to serve our state in becoming prosperous. And they stated that creating places is critical, a move to become more open and welcoming to all, including immigrants. At the same time that that began, Jim Brooks, a philanthropist and business leader in our community, began the West Michigan Strategic Alliance. To look at what do we need to do regionally to advance prosperity and draw in talent. The third leg of the three stools was being diverse and inclusive. At the same time, in 2001, the Lakeshore Ethnic Diversity Alliance had its first summit on race and inclusion. And there was an advisory council that was made up of local leaders in our businesses, in our government sector, in our educational sector, in our nonprofits, and in our public sector. Excuse me, I'm speaking, Mr. Bodeman. Thank you. And what they identified was that we did indeed need to advance diversity and inclusion if we are going to retain economic stability and growth. I only have 13 seconds, so the next time I come and speak to you, I'm going to share with you the names and the companies that were represented on the Diversity Alliance and some of the statements that were made by the CEOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Mary Bachheim, Talmadge Township.
Sorry, I thought I was 24. I thought you guys were on 22. All right. Mr. Moss, I would like to read to you an email that I sent to Ms. Miedema. At the end of January 24th meeting, Commissioner Bonema casually mentioned that John Gibbs and 6 board members would be attending the February 10th conference of the National Association of County Offices in Washington, D.C. Who are the commissioners that will be attending the conference with John Gibbs? John Gibbs' credentials include federal level experience, so why is he going? You have to sign up for this conference and you've only been in office since January 3rd. So when was the decision made to attend? Who made the decision to go? How much is it going to cost for 7 people to attend a conference in Washington, D.C. for 4 days? The 2023 budget is not even available to the public yet. When was this money allocated for this trip? Why wasn't it mentioned in the consent resolutions? How does this benefit the residents of Ottawa County? Her answer was, my understanding is that it's customary for county administrators and commissioners to attend the NACO conference. The NACO has administrators and commissioners from all around the country. An invitation is sent out to the county commissioners and county administrators in each county. It is typically only works out for a portion of them to attend. None of my questions were answered. And this is probably a moot point since you've already attended the conference and spent the money. But it does once again show the lack of transparency with this board and what I feel is a secret agenda by Ottawa Impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Christy Meppelink from Zeeland Township.
All right. I'm Christy Meppelink. I'm a resident of Ottawa County. I'm going to talk about the much loved topic about the Grand Valley thing. I'm here today to state that as a taxpayer and also a parent of a college student, I'm appalled that the Ottawa County Health Department was linked as a sponsor of Kinky Sex Week at Grand Valley, which included a wide variety of versions for all students to learn about. In the Recreation and Wellness event webpage, the Ottawa County Health Department was listed as a sponsor. Ottawa County was allegedly taking part in a sexual health event and going to provide free condoms and other goodies while at a sex toy shop called Naughty and Nice, which had demo products, coupons, and giveaways. The headlines do not sound like the event was focused on sexual health at all. In addition, Ottawa County was going to be a partner with Grand Valley Recreation and Wellness to offer free and confidential STI testing on campus again this year, spending taxpayer dollars. The health department should not spend taxpayer money to provide STI testing for students who are being encouraged to be promiscuous. On February 8, after the event became public knowledge, the Midwesterner News site posted an article exposing Ottawa County Health Department's participation in Grand Valley University's Sex Week. The Ottawa County logo was on their flyer, as I've got here and showed, there's a picture where I see that. Within 24 hours, Ottawa County Health Department was gone from the Recreation and Wellness event webpage. Were they exposed? Why did the link to the Ottawa County Health Department get removed? The commissioners oversee how the county is run, and they are the governing entity over the health department. Who in the health department failed to provide oversight in being connected to this event? Who approved those funds? If it was not approved, what is the partnership with Grand Valley that allowed them to proceed with advertising that Ottawa County Health Department was a partner or a sponsor or possibly helped plan this event? Interestingly, not only was the health department's sponsorship removed from the website, but the link to the entire event is no longer available. What are they hiding? They need to become active members of the workforce. Instead, they are indoctrinating our children with progressive values. So I invite all tax-paying citizens of Ottawa County to demand answers on why the Ottawa County Health Department is involved in the process of sexualizing college students. Prevention education is entirely different than helping kids learn sexual perversion. I know many people have seen this reported in various ways and it's been addressed already, but I appreciate the opportunity to thank the board members who acted quickly to oversee these actions. I ask that you continue to work together to keep Ottawa County Health Department funds from being used or associated with such activities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Orlando Estrada, Holland City.
Hi, I'm Orlando Estrada. I live in the city of Holland all my life. I'm an American of Mexican descent, and I identify as transparent, and my pronouns are who and where. So I've noticed that you guys are offering 3-minute therapy sessions, so I thought I'd come over here too. So what I wanted to address is something I've been kind of holding back for a while. It's not really about why everybody's all angry back there, but I struggle with asthma issues, breathing issues, and I'm concerned if how we're going to implement, if there's going to be some kind of forcing of wearing a mask. I've had some issues when you cover your nose, it gives chest pains for those that have actual breathing problems. And, you know, I did my best to be cool with everybody about just covering my mouth, but apparently that wasn't good enough. So I just want to address to everybody, when you get to that point, how that would be handled in the future, if that's going to be an issue in the future. You know, it's not every day I'm in a room where half the people think I'm a victim because my color of my skin. And the other half of the room is wondering if I have a birth certificate. But, you know, it's kind of cool because I actually enjoy hearing everybody what they have to say because, you know, people care. That's why I bring things up. Someone's trying to tell me that I guess the phrase "let friend ring" is really bad. I kind of don't care, but I will say this. If you guys are familiar with the brand, was it Land O'Lakes? There's like an Indian girl and then they rebranded and they took out the Indian, kept the land. I was kind of curious, just a suggestion, since we're gonna like, I guess, rebrand the county. That seal right there has an Indian. I was just kind of wondering if that could be also implemented back into the logo because I think it's pretty cool or whatever. I was watching the this via Zoom a couple weeks ago. I don't know why people are so obsessed with like John Gibbs because I thought Black Lives Matter, but that's just my opinion, of course. But I think you're all doing a fantastic job because no matter what you say or do, someone's gonna be upset. And you know, I ran for office for myself as a grassroots candidate. Not that anybody cares. Everybody's always gonna be out to get you. Everyone's gonna blame me about, he took money from so-and-so. Cool. So with that being said, on a serious note, there are people like me, you know, who do have legitimate breathing issues and struggle with asthma. And I just want to be considered. And if we're going to rebrand stuff, I was kind of serious about the last administration, like what were they doing with that? So with that being said, God bless you all and nobody else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Ken Schwalier from Wright Township.
Good morning. My name is Ken Schwalier. I'm from Wright Township, Ottawa County, a lifelong resident. I'd like to commend the board for taking all the actions that they did immediately and quickly as they did when they had the opportunity to do it in January. I think they were right on. They were doing what the people really voted them to go into office for. I think there's been a long trend in our country falling away from our constitutional past, our moral past that it was based on. So I thank you for reversing that. I'm proud to be part of Ottawa County where excuse me, we're bucking the trend. We're part of something new. It's a grassroots effort that I'm glad to see here. We don't see it very many places, but I hope it starts here and grows across our country. When it comes to one topic that you addressed was firing the public health official. I think that was appropriate. She put her trust in the wrong people. I think she was looking up, maybe towards Lansing, maybe towards Washington, DC, CDC. She put trust in those people. In hindsight, we're finding out that a lot of these policies, like the last gentleman just addressed with mask wearing, those policies didn't work. The residents of this county mostly knew that. There was an outpouring and an overwhelming outpouring of people coming to the previous commissioners asking for that to be rescinded, mask wearing policies in schools, for instance. They didn't listen to the people. They didn't trust the people. So I thank you for the actions that you took and for putting your trust in us. I hope you continue doing what you were elected to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Rich Dowseman, Wright Township.
Good morning. My name is Rich Dossman. I'm from Wright Township, and I want to commend the Board of Commissioners for the actions you've taken. The actions you've taken have gotten a lot of resistance from a lot of people, and that is kind of a representation of the frustration that many of us felt in times past when the status quo was just simply gone along with all the time. There's a lot of things that we weren't happy with, which is why there's been this uprising in the county, which put many of you in the positions you're in. So I just want to be here to support you, to thank you for what you've done. We appreciate you despite a lot of the resistance that you're hearing. The majority of the people, I think, are fully in favor of your actions. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Kristen Heinz from Holland Township.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Hentz, and I'm from Park Township in District 1. I'd like to begin talking about prayer this morning. It was a prayer about not being partial, being in control, being grateful, being righteousness, and glorifying God. I would like to share with you my prayer. God of light in many different forms, We are divided and broken, and we cannot mend ourselves. We are divided within ourselves, filled with conflicting desires and fears. We are divided from one another, building barriers that hem in and shut out. We are divided from you, drowning out your voice and losing our way. God of unity, we are divided and broken, and we cannot mend ourselves. God of grace, turn us to your spirit to gift us with wholeness and hope. Heal our hearts with your tender love. Heal our lives with your clarion call to justice. Heal our faith with your living word of truth through Jesus Christ, your gift of life and our true light. That brings unity, not division. Secondly, I'd like to share about a letter I read, and it states out the values of Republican Party as stated by Joel Studebaker and Jenny Shepherd Kelly, who are the EC chairs of the Ottawa County Republican Party. They wrote this in a letter to Mrs. Caramo and Mrs. Pego. The four values they list, the three values that they list are integrity, humility, and unity. Those are things that you need to keep in mind. And I'd like you to reflect on your past actions from the very beginning of January 3rd. Do those reflect integrity? Humility is being the right size at the right time. Have you been the right size at the right time? And unity, Mr. Moss, speaking on a far-right radio show after the Grand Valley incident, is not really being unifying. Lastly, they also list in that letter 4 top priorities: election integrity, accountability, training and development, and high quality communication. Have you really done high quality communication? Have you been out there talking with everybody, not just people in your own spot? Election integrity. Justin Robach, thank you for writing that quote, but so many people have twisted it. Honestly, I think that decision not to join in that group and turning down was not done because of the Ottawa Impact people that have impacted our board. That was made because Ottawa County Election Office does believe in integrity, and they have done everything from the moments and all of their choices to making sure that elections are fine. They have done a great job, and I want to
Thank you.
The next public comment is Megan Ryan, Holland Township.
Megan Ryan, Holland Township. I'm here today to offer support for Ms. Hambley. She took the position of health officer knowing she would face opposition and pushback, even though she hasn't issued any COVID orders. I admire her commitment to the health of county residents. I also believe the facts are on her side as it pertains to the board's attempt to remove her from her position, and I ask that board members do not prolong the court case and waste taxpayer money. I expect Common Legal would enjoy the publicity of a drawn-out court battle, while county services and residents would be hurt by it. I also wish to support Ms. Brown in her appointment to the Community Action Agency Advisory Board. I'm unsure how her nomination is on the agenda today when the Talent Committee voted to review nominations again after she was interviewed, and the Talent Committee hasn't met again to do that review. But I hope her appointment will be approved today so she can do the work she volunteered to do and not be subject to more scrutiny or rejection. Finally, I'm asking the board not to approve the contract change with Common Legal that is on the agenda. I don't understand why the board would give up the right to cancel the contract with 90 days notice and agree that just cause is needed to end it. This board has shown it likes to have control and make changes. Why would you tie your hands on this decision in the future? I have to wonder, is this the way most contracts are set up with the county, or just the ones that benefit Mr. Moss's inner circle and friends? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Abby Jones, Kent County.
Hi there. Thank you so much. My name is Abby Jones. I'm from Kent County, so this is kind of new for me. I'm 22, almost 23, and I'm a part of the LGBTQ+ community. Happy Black History Month and Rip Tyree Nichols. And I'm very sorry to hear about what happened at MSU. I think we can all agree that was a tragic incident. But because of this tragedy, I urge you to make a change with gun reform and gun laws. What do we value? Do we value a weapon? Or do we value lives? Do we value our kids, or do we value being able to carry a handgun on your waist? A lot of people here, I'm sure, identify as pro-life, but when does that stop? When does it start? Is it only when there is a fetus in the body? And does it stop when that child is born? You say that you care about children's lives, but again, when it comes to gun reform, you look the other way. We need change and we need reform now. We saw what happened at Sandy Hook. We saw what happened at Marjorie Parkman Douglas, and now we've seen what happens at MSU. I'm also concerned about you firing the racial diversity leader and electing a Trump favorite. I'm also concerned about some of the things said here today. There was blatant homophobia earlier spoken, and I want to know, is that okay? Is that what aligns with your values and views? Again, do we only care about the child when it's in the womb? Do we care when that child is Black or gay or trans or anything? Is that when we stop caring? When do we care? When do we stop caring in all these important aspects? I also heard about the kinky sex fake at GVSU. I'm a GVSU student. I won't lie, I never even heard about it. But you need to understand college students are already having sex. You need to be able to educate people to prevent, like you said, with pro-life, unwanted pregnancies. These are very important aspects of life. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
And the last public comment we have is Al Alfonso, Holland Township.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alfonso Palmer from Holland Township. And I am here to address the commissioner. Due to my incarceration, I've been going to the Lakeside Courthouse in Holland City. Also, I've been involved with CNH. Now, the funding is no longer there. Where that money is going to? We need to keep courthouse open, and also having a choice at our kind of CNH. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Those are all the pre-assigned public comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there anybody else in the room who would like to give public comment before we move on? Okay. All right, next item is correspondence. Do we have any specific correspondence? I don't think we do. None from us. Okay. All right, moving on. I would like a motion for approval of the agenda, striking items 7N and 9A. As one speaker mentioned, there is an item that shouldn't have been on the agenda. Apologies. And 7N also, let's see. I believe 7N.
Say that again, which ones?
7N.
N is a Nancy?
N is in Nancy.
Okay.
That one, a board member had asked for additional info. It hasn't quite been provided yet.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could we get a motion to approve and then discuss the agenda first? I don't think we have a motion to approve the agenda.
I was asking for a motion to approve striking 2 items.
Okay, I guess then can I discuss the striking then, or?
Are you making the motion?
No,
need
because.
we'll need a motion.
Approve of the motion, so.
We'll need a motion to discuss it.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
Is there discussion?
Okay, so on item N, my understanding is that did pass through committee, right? And the committee sent it on to the board.
Yes,
Did I have that
yes,
correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So then why is it coming off? Sorry.
So Joe, I made that motion, so could I speak to that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So I would appreciate that being removed from the agenda for today, because we had asked for the actual questions being used in the assessment, and
and we've received partial information, but the full surveys haven't even been written yet. And so
Okay.
we had asked to see those before we approve,
Okay.
before we approve what we're actually,
Okay.
paying for here. So we're just simply waiting. We would like to wait until we can see what we're approving before we approve it.
I guess just as a matter of procedure, when it passes through committee, I assume it comes to this agenda. I mean, I understand if you want to table it and that's fine.
Yeah.
I guess just as process, I would prefer that and stays there. And if you want to make a motion to table at that time, I just want to follow the process from committee to the Board of Commissioners meeting.
And I'm certainly not asking that this
Okay.
never be seen again. I just would
Okay.
like that information first.
So
Any
how
other
would,
discussion?
I would agree. I think we need to either table this or because we already approved it. It's been approved.
I
Now-
understand.
Thank
but-
you. Is there,
It's been approved and now we're asking to unapprove it.
is there any other discussion on the agenda?
Go ahead.
Since Commissioner Rhodey, didn't you request to see the survey questions?
I did request to see the survey questions and I was hopeful that they would come in. There's been some time in between that and today. So I was hopeful that information would be available by today.
I'm sure that this item can be picked right back up on the next agenda. I have no problem with that at all.
Okay.
And can personally see to it.
Okay, then I have another.
Commissioner Zalstra.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to, well, add to that, to go into closed session, to discuss personnel matters. I think we could add that to section 10.
So you're making a motion to amend,
To amend the approval to add a closed session. But that is item 10.
do we have support?
So I'll support that, but it should come under number 9, I believe, actions and reports. Agenda and action request, not under 10.
Fair enough.
Those are committee
Fair enough.
reports.
Yep. fair
Should
enough.
be under 9.
So we have a motion to add a 9, we'll call it C, to go into closed
Fair enough.
session with support. Is there any other discussion on that amendment?
Just point of inquiry, is there a specific item you would like to?
Just
address?
personnel matters. Yeah, I think, more information would kind of infringe upon the actual closed session, so.
So is this, so we have a motion to add something to the agenda. Is there any other discussion? To add a closed session?
I still don't understand personnel.
It sounds like Commissioner Zalstra is asking to go into closed session during this meeting, during item 9, to have a discussion related to
Discussion
personnel.
Regarding
Regarding personnel matters, yeah.
personnel.
In general, personnel.
Well, I think more information would kind of infringe the whole purpose of the closed session, so.
Yes.
You can decide not to go into closed session.
Okay. I was not made aware of a request to go to closed session prior to right now, but is there any other discussion before we vote on the amendment?
So just to clarify, we have 7N and 9A, and then we have an additional.
So right now, we would only be voting on a motion to amend this amendment to add going to closed session. So if there's no other discussion on moving to closed session, then we'll move to a vote. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the agenda, removing 2 items. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Sir, Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, approval of the agenda complete. We're going to move to consent resolutions. Before we do, it is 10:40. Would anybody like to take a short recess?
Yes, please.
Yes.
We have a motion.
Motion to take a recess. Second.
Support.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Or so.
Look at it.
All right, if you could please take your seats. I call this meeting back to order. Thank you for the brief recess. Thank you. Okay, we are on consent resolutions. I believe there will be at least one item pulled off. Can I get a motion to approve the consent resolutions?
So moved.
Sir, support.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'd just like to remove item H, online public comment, please.
Okay, remove H. All right, remove that. Handle that before committee reports, Commissioner Zalstra?
That sounds fair.
Yeah, okay. Great, okay, anything else? Okay, motion to approve the consent resolutions minus item H. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, that motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I believe because the consent resolutions contain the expenditure of funds, we are
Yes,
required to do a roll call.
thank you.
No problem. Are you ready? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Mr. Bonneman,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss,
Yes.
and the motion passes.
Okay. Moving to item 8, public hearings. See, we have none. We'll move right into action requests. 9A, let's see, has been removed for now. We'll go to B, legal services. Suggested motion is to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the amendment to the Coleman Legal Group PLLC's contract for the the county corporation legal services for the purpose of making this contract consistent with the 2 legal service contracts with the Ottawa County Insurance Authority effective January 1 of this year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and support. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Zylstra.
Right, thank you very much. So this motion seems to, at least the motion just talks about the lengthening of the contract from 2 to 3 years, but the actual change in contract has 2 different aspects to it. One, the extension, and then the change, as one public commenter noted, the change from basically at will to just cause. I don't know if we can have some explanation of that second part. I kind of get the first part. I understand that.
That would be helpful. So I chair the Insurance Authority Council. Would you like to address this or would you like me to?
Either way.
Yeah.
At your pleasure.
I'll start out then. Attorneys advising it. All the attorneys looked at the new contracts that were needed for the insurance authority and determined, made a recommendation essentially to put them into place and then recommend having the board use similar language for our contract with legal counsel. So that they match up, basically.
Right. Like I said, I get that first part. I don't get the second part, though. The addition of the last 2 sentences about just cause. That's one of those concerning.
Right. So that was also recommended by counsel.
Okay. I guess.
If I could,
Absolutely.
Attorney Van Essen was the one who proposed that language.
Mhm.
And we just.
Can you
want to
get
make
closer to your
all-
mic? Closer to your mic so that the audience can hear what you're saying.
So sorry.
Just really close.
Attorney Van Essen was the one who proposed the language initially. And we conferred and we thought that all the contracts should mirror one another. So that is why that language is
Okay.
in there as well.
Okay. I mean, I may understand why the Assurance Authority has that. I mean, you guys have lawsuits that go on for periods of time and you want some stability, but how does the board or the county benefit from this clause in the corporate counsel contract?
Thank you. Is there additional questions, maybe along the same lines?
I'm sorry, I thought that was a question. What, was that a question?
That was a question to council, yes.
Again, for consistency. And if with the board or the authority having those clauses in and the length of the contracts, we just thought, and again, it wasn't just the Coleman legal firm that thought of this. Initially, it was brought up by Doug Van Essen. So.
Okay, I guess I
That's
didn't,
the
I didn't
only-
get,
that's the
I didn't
only
get an
reason?
answer to my question, but I guess.
If it's also helpful, I believe the Insurance Authority voted unanimously, I think, to approve those changes. Commissioner Cosby, you're on the Insurance Authority.
It was for standardization and just understanding principles of the contract. So standardization of language, and then for us to understand the guiding principles of the contract is why we decided.
I also heard consistency earlier. I can't remember when that was also discussed. Yeah.
I have a question.
So, okay.
Commissioner
So,
Bergman.
yes, so the insurance authority is not, it's an arm's length away from the commission. So my understanding is that what you're saying is that the insurance authority already approved of this. Is that correct?
What do you mean approved?
You already hired the Coleman Group, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are we approving it here? Why are we
Well,
approving?
it's an arm's length away. It's a separate body. So they made the recommendation to also mirror the language between contracts in both bodies since they work together.
Okay. Not quite sure I understand that, since they're separate, but.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
Mr. Bonema,
Commissioner Bonema.
Yes,
Yeah.
just point of clarification on the second part of the motion, and that is to change it from at will to cause is needed. And I'm trying to understand how that benefits us because I'm for options. I'm for options that, protect the people, protect the commissioners to have. I think options are good. And I feel like we're limiting our options by going to a situation where we have to prove just cause. Michigan is an at-will state, employment state. Most of the states are in America. So I'm not against the motion. I'm trying to get clarification on if it's for consistency, then why are we even having to make the change? Because it wasn't this way before.
Thank you.
It's a question.
Mr. Van Essen is not here because I believe the initial change was made by Mr. Van Essen.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Jordan as our counsel, does this not limit our options as commissioners for how we can decide to move forward with our legal team or not? I'm for options. I want to see us have more options, not fewer. And I feel this hamstrings our options.
I guess I could ask council if the board wanted to hire additional counsel, or if council wanted to bring in additional counsel, is that normal? Can the county use multiple attorneys in general?
Absolutely.
But that's not
Right.
my question.
Okay.
All I can tell you is what was discussed in the insurance authority. And again, it was Mr. Van Essen who wanted this language in the contracts. And it was tie barred from the insurance authority to this contract, our contract with the county.
So we want what Mr. Van Essen wants. That's why we should vote for it.
Well, I'm just saying that it was for consistency's sake. And
Again, I don't
stability.
understand how this is better for us if it's limiting our options.
You can't answer that question in terms of limiting your options. I think you still have all the options.
Well, no, to be able to hire new counsel, it's no longer at will, it's with cause. I think that's why that language is being added here. So I'm just trying to understand, because I want to support the motion, but I don't understand this piece of it, why this needs to change.
I think I remember one part of the discussion, perhaps someone from the insurance authority could help me remember this. We mentioned that consistency. Part of what I remember hearing was that there's feedback from people within the county who want to see consistency in how legal is approached over the short term, called 3 years short term. And so they want to, some people had said, we want to lock it in.
So
Part of that consistency.
So the only way that we can fire the Common Group, and I'm not saying that we need to do that, but that's what this is saying, is if we have cause, I feel like we're hamstringing ourselves.
If the Common Group, acted with some sort of malfeasance or something, yeah.
So why is that better for us?
So otherwise they
At will, we can let them
continue.
go whenever we want to let them go.
Otherwise they would continue their role for this set period unless they acted outside the contract.
So fewer options is better for us?
Is there any other discussion from anyone else?
Chair, the question.
Mr. Chair.
Is there any other discussion? And before I go to Commissioner Zylstra. From anyone else, Commissioner Zylstra, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to kind of include Commissioner Bonema's concerns. The motion right now, as it's suggested, is to extend the contract to a 3-year to mirror. I have no problem with that. The motion is to strike the last 2 sentences, starting with notwithstanding the foregoing. Either party may terminate the contract only for just cause.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there support?
Support.
Is there any discussion on the motion to strike the last 2 sentences?
This just point of
Commissioner
clarification.
Bonema.
This would keep it the way that it currently is, right?
Would extend the 1 year. If the goal is consistency, this is going to mirror the 3rd year. But it does address your concerns and I share those as well.
So it does extend it.
Right,
for
the
3
original
years.
motion is to extend to 3 years.
It just
Keep
keeps the
original-
language for how we separate the same, which is at will.
Right,
correct?
the last 2 sentences would be stricken.
Right.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment before we vote?
I will not be supporting the at-will change.
Is there any other discussion or we'll go to roll call? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll on that amended motion?
Sir, Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion fails.
Okay, so we have, the amendment fails. We still have a motion on the floor. Why don't we do roll call on this one as well? Please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
I'm sorry, a couple of us are confused as to what we're voting on right now.
Right. Can we have a clarification on that?
Yes, we're voting on the suggested motion. Item B, 9B, to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the amendment to the Common Legal Group PLLC's contract with the county corporation for the county corporation legal services for the purpose of making this contract consistent with the two legal service contracts with the OCIA effective January 1 of this year.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we have item H that was pulled off of consent resolutions. Let me go back to that for a second. Online comment policy. Suggested motion was to direct the county administrator to work with corporate counsel to develop a public comment policy to submit to the rules committee. Is there a motion?
As chair of the Planning and Policy Committee, I'll make this motion. Because this was the intent to direct this county administrator and work with corporate counsel on this online comment policy.
Is there support?
Second.
There's motion and support for this item. Is there a discussion? Commissioner Zylstra.
Sure. So in planning, I did make a amendment to this motion to include by default the idea that all public e-comments be made public. You know, I've had a couple conversations with some residents since then, and I think that, you know, they've made some good points. One, I think, you know, residents should be able to have the ability to kind of default in or default out, as well as, you know, the concern that maybe the e-comment is, you know, not in accordance with our standards of, you know, decency, et cetera. So I would like to make an amendment this time to the policy to make sure that by default, we're asking that public e-comments be made public with the provision that residents can opt in or out, say yes, no on the Qualtrics form, as well as applying our social media standards, which we apply throughout our social media and public postings regarding obscenity, defamatory comments, et cetera. Is that, I don't know if that's
Could you
clear.
repeat the last portion?
Sure.
I have
So,
a motion to.
Very similar to the amendment in planning to make sure that our policy includes by default the idea that all public e-comments be made public with the provision that we allow residents to say yes or no to that on their Qualtrics form, as well as making sure that we apply our standards that we enforce around social media to the publishing of these e-comments.
Point of inquiry.
One moment, please. Yes, Commissioner Cosby. Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
No, and who will manage this as we start to put in kind of some of our requirements? Who will manage? Will Qualtrics survey? Does it have the capability to do that?
We actually have a motion on the table, or I need a second to begin discussion.
I'll second that so we can have discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Cosby, go ahead and ask
I just
again.
want to know who would be able to manage.
I'm
it.
assuming
Qualtrics-
communications will be able to together with administration, right? I don't think that that's overly burdensome. They apply the same standards to our social media sites. And they can go through the public comments. Say if a resident says, yes, I wish to be included in the public postings, but they have comments that go against our social media standards, those comments would not appear.
So we're currently sorting.
I'm sorry?
We're currently sorting what's on the Qualtrics
Well, there's no
survey.
public postings right now, so.
Right, but just, you're saying they have the capability and I'm saying so Qualtrics right now is already sorting what we're receiving. Not public, well, it's public.
I'm
But
not-
what we're receiving in our mail, in our email, you're saying that these standards are already being.
I'm assuming we're not
applied.
because some of the comments.
Yeah. So,
have been
yeah, I'm just
interesting,
concerned that we
but,
don't
you
know
know.
whether or not we can do this before we pass this resolution.
Well, I assume that, you know, following this meeting, if someone wants to those two guidelines.
My concern is that we'll agree to do something that the IT department or human resources is not capable of doing right now.
I think they're capable, but if they're not, then they're not. But I do think they have a lot of capability and really trust our communications and our IT department to take care of that, as well as our clerk's office.
Shannon, yeah.
Okay, is there any other additional discussion on this item?
So,
Commissioner Bergman?
so Mr. Zylstra, we're talking about a check that person can make when they make public.
Yeah, either
comment?
yes, no,
Yes or no, if they
just
want
say,
this
you know.
publicized.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the residents do have that option, like Commissioner Bonema said, you know, choices are better, right? So, and in regards to the contract, and I think makes a lot of sense in this context as well, is that residents.
So it wouldn't be difficult for Shannon or.
I don't, I have not had that
Yeah.
conversation, but
Yeah,
we have a
it
great
wouldn't be
team up there,
difficult
so.
Say, pick out the yeses and the nos.
Right, and I'm
Yeah.
sure that, you know,
Yeah.
the comments that I've seen are obviously very easy to pick out as well.
Commissioner Rhodey?
I would just note that the original motion was to direct the county administrator to work with corporate counsel to develop a public comment policy, and it seems like, you know, we trust the judgment of our county administrator and our corporate counsel, and this motion is to ask them to develop a public policy, a public comment policy, and yet, you know, we're trying to develop it here ourselves at the moment. So I would just ask, I will not approve this amendment to the motion because I would like that to stay under the authority of the county administrator and corporate counsel, who will be then bringing it back to the rules committee for further discussion at that point.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Commissioner Miedema?
Thank you, Commissioner Ross. I think one concern I still have, I support, first of all, Commissioner Rhodey and what she just shared. But I guess one concern I would have about having e-comments being made public, I guess a wonder that I've questioned on my own is what would prevent somebody from submitting a comment in somebody's name and putting their name out there as somebody. And it just makes me wonder the monitoring situation. That's just something that I have concern about, and I'm just wanting it to be shared. That's one of my current concerns.
Thank you. Is there any other additional before Commissioner Bonema?
Yeah, I agree with both Commissioners Rhodey and Miedema, and I think that is a real concern. I also appreciate that Commissioner Zylstra desires the public to be able to make public comment, and if we make a promise to the public that their comment is going to be made public, that it actually be made public. I believe, like I said before, that the wording is somewhat confusing right now. It says that if you choose to make a comment online, that it might be made public, which is true because of FOIA. What I would suggest, as I support it going to legal counsel and our administrator to come back with some recommendations to us, is that they also look at some of our, sister counties that are struggling with this exact same thing right now. There's some great thought that's been had in other counties, constructive thought. As it was mentioned earlier, I just returned from NACO. It's a national organization of county officials. And this is a comment that a lot of people are discussing right now. How do we handle this? And so Kent County has online policy. They're the nearest one, but there's multiple across the country that I'm sure you guys have access to take a look at. And so I just suggest that you look that way too.
Thank you. Any additional comments? We will go to a vote.
What are we voting for right now?
So we have a motion to amend the item H to add that by default, public e-comments will be made public with the option to allow residents to opt in or out and apply our social media standards to the publishing of the e-comments. Does that sound about accurate?
Fair enough. Thank you.
So we do have motion and support. So will the clerk, please, does that answer the question? Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Miedema,
No.
Mrs. Curran,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the motion fails.
So we still have a motion on the table here. Before we to handle item H, to refer this to the administration and corporate council. Have any final discussion, and we'll go to a vote. Okay, come on, clerk, please call the roll on this one too.
Yes, sir. Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Curran,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Okay, we've made it through the agenda, action items on the agenda, moving to item 10 here, committee reports. So we're going to start with the Equalization Department. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Joe. All right, good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to start by just thanking you for giving me the opportunity to present to you today. This is the first time, I believe, that I've had to come before the board, so I appreciate it. This will be called an annual report, but the Equalization Department actually does 3 annual reports. This report is kind of a summary of how our department functions. Another about month and a half to 2 months from now, I will be coming back with another annual report called the Equalization Report. And then later this fall, I will be coming back with a 3rd annual report called the Apportionment Report. So I'll be coming before you often. This one is more of a summary of what happens within our department. So let's get started. First off, we have 5 primary functions that happen within the Equalization Department. The first 2 are our statutorily required functions, and that is equalization and apportionment. The next 2, property description and mapping and local unit assistance, are under the category of statutorily allowed. So the first 2 are shall, the next 2 are may. And then the 5th one, assessing, the 5th primary function, assessing, is actually not statutorily required of the county. That is a statutory requirement of the local municipalities, but we provide that to the local municipalities on their behalf. So the first one, equalization, that's our department's namesake. Equalization is simply the process of adjusting assessments to be equal to the market. We have two studies or 2 tools in our toolbox, you might say, for doing this. The first one is a sales study. With a sales study, we look at all of the sales that occur throughout the county, and we take the aggregate of those sales and we compare them to the aggregate of the assessments that are currently on those. By comparing the 2 of those together, we can determine how much the values need to go up, or often the case down, in order to match whatever the market is doing. Those are used primarily in the residential class, because the residential class, we have a lot of sales that we can work with. The next tool in our toolbox, if you will, is appraisal studies. And those are used in classes of property where sales are minimal, which primarily is going to be agricultural, commercial, and industrial classes of property. In order to do that, the process is very similar to a sales study, with the exception of, instead of using sales, because we don't have them, we use appraisals. And our department has 3 staff appraisers that do appraisals on a number of properties throughout the county. The next slide kind of shows you that. The sales process, those are just kind of some graphs of how many sales that our clerks process in a given year. And then on the one on the right, it shows the amount of appraisals that our appraisers conduct in a year. And you can see it's a pretty significant amount. Our appraisers do just under 400 appraisals in the ag class alone, a little over 500 in commercial and so forth. One of the things that I would like to point out on this slide is if you look on the top line under sales process, you can see for 2022, there was a sharp decline in the amount of deeds that we have processed or sales that we have looked at. And I know Mr. Roebuck, I'm sure will be touching on this as well when he gives his report. Simply, there's been that many fewer deeds recorded, and therefore, when it gets to our department, there's that many fewer that we're looking at. In a typical year, we will process 14,500 deeds. And again, if you look over the last 10 years on that chart, that's pretty stable. Regardless of what's happening in the market, it's pretty stable. This year, or excuse me, last year, 2022, we processed 11,500. That's a big drop, especially considering the first 2 quarters of last year, we had no drop whatsoever. So almost all of the decrease occurred in the final 6 months or the final 2 quarters of last year. And I'll be touching a little bit more on that further on in the report. The next primary function, also statutorily required, is apportionment. Apportionment is not a topic that too many people get excited about. It's kind of a little bit of a sleeper. But it is an important function within the department because that is how taxes are apportioned around the county. And for us, this is largely a auditing and assisting function. Any institution that wants to levy a tax within the county has to fill out a tax rate request form that then is submitted to the county. It is submitted to the Equalization Department because we audit those on your behalf to make sure that they are in compliance and that they are not levying more than they are allowed to levy. Once we have compiled all of that audited information, I'll be back in, I believe it's October, for you guys again to approve the apportionment report. Last year, and you can see, forgive me, I'll move to the next one there. We had to amend the apportionment report in November, and that actually happens fairly often. And while it would seem like we're not doing our job and that we have to amend it very often, it's actually because when the voters approve something in November, it is after the apportionment report has been approved already. So in order to incorporate the will of the voters, we need to amend it in November. So just so you know, we're gonna amend it, or we're gonna present in October, approve it, but it's almost always amended in November. The third primary function of our department is property description and mapping. That is something that is, I will say, oftentimes underappreciated. But what property description and mapping is simply maintaining the base layer of parcels in GIS. Ottawa County is fortunate to have a fantastic GIS department, probably one of the best in the state. But in order to make that information useful, we need to have good and accurate parcel lines. And we have 2 property description mappers that is what they do, is make sure that those parcel lines are accurate. Primarily, this is going to be when a subdivision goes in and they need to adjust the lot lines, or if somebody is splitting their property, but they also do a lot of just cleanup work, making sure the lines are accurate. The next slide shows you simply that just various statistics of the amount of edits, you might say, that they made to the parcel layer. And you'll notice on there, if you look back over the last 5 years, most of those numbers are lower this year than they have been in the past. And again, that all goes back to the amount of deeds recorded, because there isn't as much activity in the market prompting these splits. The fourth primary function of equalization is local unit assistance. And again, this is not one of those shalls. This is a may provide. We provide local unit assistance in a number of different ways. Technical assistance, we give a lot of guidance. We seek to provide uniform standards. Just as an example of that, last year, 2022, we wrapped up a project of getting addresses uniform throughout the county. That was one that I started in 2007. This takes a long time to get everybody playing nice in the sandbox, but this year we finally got there. So I know that doesn't sound like much, but getting addresses uniform is it took a little bit of work. In addition to that, providing local unit assistance, I am the designated assessor for Ottawa County. And what that means is back in 2018, the legislature passed what kind of became known as the assessing reform bill. And one of the components of that bill was that if a local unit is found non-compliant in their assessing practices, they now have a default that the assessing falls back to. So if one of our local municipalities is non-compliant, the role then defaults to me. That was something, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I think we approved that around 2000. I think it was 2 years ago. I could be wrong in that, but so I will have to renew that one again. I think every 5 years, another 3 years, we'll be having to address the designated assessor again. And then the last function of our department is, of course, assessing. Assessing is not it's a contractual obligation. It is not statutorily required. This is something that we started back in, I believe, 2011 within our department when the city of Grand Haven, their assessing staff retired. Every one of them, once one retired, the next retired, and then the next retired, and there was nobody left to train the people behind them. And that at that time, it was brought to Ottawa County to say, do you guys want to provide this? And the commissioners at that time decided it would be good for us to provide that service. Frankly, because of the high quality of people within our department, they not only provided that service, but they provided it exceptionally well. And that's kudos to my staff. That's nothing on me. That's my staff that provided that. And because the quality of assessing has been so good, we've picked up over the last number of years a total of 5 now. I don't know if we'll be receiving more or not as various assessors retire. One of the things that I want to point out is that we don't pursue this work. This work pursues us. We're never out to take an assessor's job, right? But if that assessor moves on and the local unit comes to us and says, will you provide this? We give them an option. All right, and just on the next grid, you can kind of see in order to do assessing appropriately, the State Tax Commission requires, they advise that we do 20% of the parcels getting inspected every year. And as you can see, something the size of Grand Haven, 20% is a large number. And so all of those get visited, all 20%, in Grand Haven's case, 1,500 gets a knock on their door inspection every year. So it's a lot of work. We have a good team of people going out doing that, but it is a lot of work. Lastly, I was asked to discuss just some general budget information, and I was just going to, you might say, touch on a couple of highlights of our department. Our budget is right around 1.7 for 2022, and 446,000 of that is reimbursed to us from our local unit contracts. And the reason I put the grid on there that I did is just to demonstrate to you that we try and run those contracts on a break-even basis. And so our income and our expenses are trying to balance out. One of the things that I think is maybe, I don't know if it's unique to our department or not, but we actually have more people in our department because we do assessing now. But for those staff members dedicated to equalization, we actually have 3 fewer people today than we had 15 years ago. So we're actually growing in efficiency, largely because of technology. Just as software advances, we can do things more efficiently. I would say in addition to that, just we have good staff. They do nice work. So, and then one of the slides that I wanted to include, this is something that generally we do not actually report on, simply because this gets published in the newspaper. I'm sure this is the first thing that you guys turn to in the Grand Rapids Press in February, but this is the ratios and multipliers. While this looks like a bunch of numbers, this is the you might say this is the results of equalization. When we do our studies, that is what we're producing. And while most people really don't care about the ratios, if you're not in assessment administration, those probably don't mean too much to you. But if you look at the column in each class, the one on the right that says factor, if you look at those as a percentage, as an example, Allendale Charter's ag class, we have a 1.289 factor. Turn that into a percentage, and that's a 28.9% increase. These are huge numbers, the likes of which I have not seen, I don't believe, in my career. Property values are out of control right now, as demonstrated on these numbers. Yeah, so we'll, one of the things, I guess, just to point out and why these don't get reported is because what equalization does is we come up with a true cash value, or you might say we tell the assessors where their value needs to be equal to the market. And so long as they do, we don't have to do any of this. But if they don't, then we apply those factors. And in the last, I'm going to say roughly 20 years, we've only had to do that once. We work diligently with our assessors to make sure that they're hitting those numbers. And we have good assessors, and so that usually happens. One of the other things I was just going to mention, I actually just ran this morning as we got the last assessment roll in yesterday. The 2023 numbers, which are going to be certified by the boards of review in March, are looking like a pretty significant increase based on the preliminary numbers. We're looking at about a 14% increase in state equalized value countywide. Again, that's a huge number. That's, again, the likes of which I've never seen. In addition to that, preliminary numbers, which of course can change and will change by board of review, but all indications are the taxable value increase will be between 9 and 10%. That is several percent higher than we've ever had. So big increases there. And then the last thing is questions. And I was told you guys would have some questions for me. So what can I answer for you?
Does anybody have any questions?
So
Commissioner Cosby.
Yeah. So I think I just heard you say, and correct me, of course, if I'm wrong, that we may see an increase in our taxes, our property taxes by 9 to 10%.
That is countywide increase. Okay. Now, one of the things you need to keep in mind is that we don't pay tax based on the state equalized value. We pay tax based on the taxable value, which on an individual parcel basis is capped at 5%. Okay. So in most cases, your tax bill is going to go up by 5% next year. Okay. The reason that the taxable value countywide went up higher than that 5% then is new construction, and occasionally we'll have some value added because of various properties coming off from exempt rolls. But on an individual parcel basis, you're going to look for a 5% increase next year, again, which is the highest it has ever been. Back in 1994, the voters of Michigan passed Proposal A, which put a cap on taxable value increase at 5%. And this is the first year ever that we have hit.
prognosticating.
I don't like the word guaranteed because it's possible that the state equalized value didn't go up by 5%. And in those properties, let's just say hypothetically, where the value went down, there's not going to be many, but if it went down and the state equalized value went lower than the taxable, then the taxable value also goes down. So there are exceptions, but for most property owners, you can count on 5%.
Thank you.
Question.
Who said it?
Commissioner Evil.
Right there. Yeah.
So you said that most lots are gonna probably have a 5% increase in their property taxes.
That
of
is
their
correct.
homes.
That is correct.
So you said that's the highest you've ever seen it. So, but what is it normally?
Yeah, hard to say normally. I would say if you look over the last 10 years, it's been a lot closer to 2%. We've had some years that have been the highest prior to this year. If I remember right, it was 2009 at 4.4%. But usually it's been, I don't know, 3.3 and under. One of the things, of course, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what's going to happen next year. But when it was high, when inflation was high in 2009, it was followed immediately by a year of deflation where we actually had a negative consumer price index, which meant that the taxable values for all of the properties went down. But again, that was 2009. That was a few years ago. I can't say that's going to happen again, but it may. For those of you who like to follow the consumer's price index, the increase for next year has been very light. So we'll see.
So the cause of this increase is due to
Which increase are you referring to?
my home property taxes.
Well, so
Good question.
what is causing the state equalized value to go up? That is the market, right? One of the things that equalization and assessors both, we don't raise property values. We reflect property values, right? It's the market that chooses the increase or decrease. We simply reflect it. As far as the taxable value, what all goes into inflation is, for people above my pay grade, but inflation was extremely high last year. In fact, the consumer price index, which is the number that we use going from October to October, was 7.9% last year. That's a big number.
So I'm hearing inflation is
Inflation.
possibly the main cause.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah.
It sounds like this was somewhat unexpected since you've not seen this before. Will this generate a budget surplus from the excess revenues that you're seeing coming in?
I would expect, but I would say I just got these numbers this morning. Until the numbers come in, I don't know that we should be making decisions based on preliminary numbers.
Anybody else? Commissioner Belknap.
Brian, you had mentioned something about the address standardization and I know that there's a lot that goes into that, a lot of different entities. Can you just touch a little bit more about, specifically what that entailed and who all you worked with? Because I imagine you probably got some applause from the Central Dispatch Authority for that.
Central Dispatch used to use our information, the assessing information for addressing back when I started here, but I think it's been over a decade since they've used our data as the primary source for address or, for sending emergency vehicles out to addresses. I don't know exactly how their system works, so I can't speak to that. What I can speak to, I guess, is the addressing and who did we work with? We worked with all of the municipalities on that. In a typical municipality, the assessor is the addressing authority. So largely we're working with assessors. In some municipalities it is not, and there is sometimes political pressure that prohibits standardization. There are some municipalities that are less, let's just say they're more resistant to working with the county than others.
Okay.
Some municipalities just, they like their their addresses, even if they acknowledge they're incorrect. So,
Anybody else?
One
Yeah.
more question.
yeah, go for it.
So what was it the last time? I know it's gonna be 5%, but what was it the last time,
If
more or less?
if I'm going from memory, I think it was 3.3% for the 2022 assessments.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, next, Department of Public Health.
Morning, almost lunch. Thanks. Thank you for having me come present our annual report for 2022. The Ottawa County Department of Public Health continually endeavors to prevent disease, prolong life, and promote public health. In the board packet is an overview detailed of all of the public health program statistics for 2022. However, with 17 programs in public health, rather than just read those to you, I thought I would pull out a few specific program highlights that illustrate all the things that are happening behind the scenes to protect our community. So the highlights that I selected to cover today is an outbreak response for Shiga toxin producing E. coli, or STEC, lead poisoning prevention program expanded services, composting program offered at the sustainability sites, man therapy as a suicide prevention activity, and end-of-life services for our medical examiner partnerships. I'll start with the STEC response. So Shiga toxin producing E. coli, or STEC, is the same pathogen associated with the Jack-in-the-Box outbreak in the 90s in California and some other states. The outbreak caused hundreds of cases of illness and the death of 4 children, and 178 had permanent damage as a result of that infection. So these kind of things come up a lot when you talk about public health. So bear with me. The symptoms of STEC, diarrhea, bloody diarrhea, abdominal cramps, vomiting, fever. But because this E. coli produces a toxin, it can cause more severe illness and lifelong complications as that toxin affects your organs. So on August 8, 2022, Ottawa County Department of Public Health was notified of 6 STEC cases. There were 3 pediatric cases with something called hemolytic uremic syndrome, or HUS for short. Essentially, it's kidney failure caused by the toxins from the bacteria. Our communicable disease team alerted public health surveillance team due to this abnormal increase in cases. Our communicable disease team is responsible for investigating all reportable disease, which STEC is one, and they essentially focus on the patient or people side of the disease. So the epidemiology team was also notified, and they notified the MDHHS regional epi. So incident command was formed in public health so that we could respond. And MDHHS, MDARD, and Kent County, because Kent County also had some cases, all met to discuss the events. And then on August 10, 2022, we had 10 cases identified in Ottawa County. And our CD team, communicable disease team, identified a close contact of a hospitalized case. It was a food service worker at Wendy's. And then they continued to gather meal history and background. Our epidemiologists, this is kind of where they come in. Once that background is collected, they're going to review all reported information and try to determine common exposures. So Wendy's was identified as a commonality in many of the case histories. On August 11, 2022, we had 11 cases. And this is where environmental health team was brought in, as they're responsible for conducting all investigation related to the environmental side. So our communicable disease does the patient, people, environmental health does the environmental health side. There was food formerly seized by Ottawa County Department of Health at one Wendy's in Ottawa County. And they also voluntarily closed. At this point in time, we didn't know what we were dealing with, if it was an establishment issue or something larger. A foodborne illness investigation was conducted by environmental health at Wendy's. You can see a picture of one of our inspectors. Those coolers are filled with different foods to send to the state lab for testing. So what was going on behind the scenes? Early notification response was really due to the relationship with our partners and the hospitals calling us to notify us that something was unusual. Ottawa County Department of Public Health was the first local health department to conduct a foodborne illness investigation at Wendy's regarding the STEC outbreak. There was a swift response by CD, FB, and EH and the state as well. And so it allowed the environmental health team in those investigations and the lab testing to happen quickly. A national environmental assessment reporting system, NEARS for short, was completed, and that provides essential information. It's a very prescribed process and provides necessary and essential information to state and federal partners. And then the environmental health sampling was conducted. At this point, there were multiple states identified as part of the outbreak. So the FDA, USDA, and CDC were brought in because it was across state lines. So we worked to provide education to close contacts and food service workers, initially because we weren't sure if it was just a local issue and a handling issue or a cooking temperature issue. Once it got beyond in multiple states and it was a source issue, then this larger agencies took over. We did have daily meetings with Wendy's corporate franchisees, state, local, and federal partners. And our incident command acted to meet with all these groups to most quickly identify the source. And I realized I just skipped the one. Oh, as a result, once this stuff gets out into the media, we in general will see an increase in foodborne illness complaints. And so with increased media coverage, the incident command structure was necessary to be able to prioritize and route those. So in the end, by the end of the outbreak, Ottawa County had 13 STEC cases in August, 6 were hospitalized, and 3 pediatric cases developed HUS. Nationwide, there were 109 cases total, 67 in Michigan, and 52 hospitalizations across 6 states. So as this went on, and once it was large spread, the federal agencies led trace back to try and determine the source. It is suspected, or was suspected, that it was leafy greens, specifically romaine. However, there was no laboratory confirmation to determine that. So I really believe that our relationships with area healthcare providers allowed for a swift implementation of incident command and a thorough response by Ottawa County at the early part of this outbreak. So the Childhood Elevated Blood Lead Program is part of our community health services. I'd like to highlight the lead poisoning prevention support expansion. So lead can have significant health effects on a child's health. Exposure can cause damage to the brain nervous system, slowed growth and development, learning and behavioral problems, and hearing and speech problems. And there is no known safe level of lead. And since 2016, Ottawa County Department of Public Health and nurses have provided education, resources, and nursing case management to children under 6 with elevated blood lead levels. However, due to the negative health impacts on children, CDC and MDHHS lowered the limits in 2022 from 5 micrograms per deciliter to 3.5. And this allows families to receive support earlier to prevent and mitigate health effects sooner. And of note, prior to 2022, only children with Medicaid healthcare coverage were eligible for case management. And the expansion of services in 2022 to non-Medicaid covered children allowed us to help more Ottawa County children. Well, hopefully, as we keep going. EBL, so the elevated blood levels, children often experience underlying conditions that affect health, such as food insecurity, poverty, lack of education, and a lack of safe housing or transportation. So a community health worker was added to the program in 2022 to link family resources or families to resources within the community. The community health worker completes home visits to assess what the needs are. They connect the family to community resources as needed, and they also assist the family with completing the lead abatement program application for financial assistance. So in 2021, the program provided education resources and case management to 24 children under 6. In 2022, 11 children were assisted. Hand in hand, that goes with the outreach and support is increasing awareness for testing of children under 6. I believe that they're fully anticipating that number to be increased in 23 as more testing of children occurs. So onto environmental side. So environmental health focuses on the environment and its impact to public health. The sustainability program has 4 sites around the county to collect household hazardous materials, used oil, electronics, tires, and other materials to keep out of the environment, out of landfills. In 2022, a new composting program was trialed. And so this new composting program, is based on the idea a healthy environment is a foundation to a healthy community. And composting recycles organic matter. Our program specifically focuses on food scraps, not yard and wood waste, which acts to or is useful for creating a fertile, healthy soil, reduces usable materials sent to landfill, thus extending our landfill life capacity, increases water retention in the soil, decreases soil erosion. And backyard composting isn't feasible for many folks that live in highly densely packed areas. It can smell. So the program fills the need for our residents, and we also offer it to small businesses to compost food waste to usable material for local farms to contribute to a healthier environment. So the number of users, this just started in 2022, has doubled over the year. And so far over 2 tons of food waste has been turned into compost. So the Health Planning and Promotion Services oversees the Suicide Prevention Coalition, and their aim is to decrease the number of suicides in Ottawa County. A new initiative in 2022 is Man Therapy Suicide Prevention. Suicide is a serious public health issue. And although Ottawa's suicide rate is consistently lower than the state, Ottawa residents who died by suicide in 2021, 91% were men and 24% were veterans. Also, like nationwide, men over 50 had the highest rates of suicide. So over the past decades, 75% of the deaths by suicide in Ottawa County were men. So one reason identified was the reluctance to access mental health services. So Man Therapy is an innovative program that uses humor and personal stories to reshape the conversation about mental health. It helps to normalize talking about it, reduces the stigma and around mental health, and provides online assessments that can link folks to resources. So this program is partnered with Veterans Administration and Ottawa County Department of Veterans Affairs to help extend the reach of the program. And outreach has included social media advertising and presentations to increase awareness in the community. So far, the program has increased visitors accessing materials 295%, and completion of the head inspection self-assessment increased 106%. Once that head inspection assessment is completed, they're linked to local Ottawa County resources that are available where they live. It's actually, a lot of those videos are pretty funny if you are interested in checking those out. Yeah.
So last year, 91% of suicides were men in Ottawa County.
Yeah.
And over the last decade, 75%. So it's a lot of, what is the driver? It must be, the graph must be like this in order to hit 91% last year.
Yeah, I think there were 33 cases.
Right.
30, or I think I have these right, were men. So
wow.
I'm not sure what what they were focusing on based on some of the health assessment, the community health assessments and surveys that happen is some of that stigma around talking about it or acknowledging it.
Right. And how long is the man therapy program been around?
Not long. So
Okay.
I believe it was mid 2022.
Okay, so hopefully we can see some
Mhm.
coming down to that number. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's really an interesting site to take a look at if you click on it. I think some of the resources and videos they have are actually pretty entertaining, especially if you liked Ron from Parks and Rec. It's kind of got that vibe to it. So
And this is available to,
Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, 20, you said 24% of those were veterans?
yeah,
24% of the 33 were veterans,
yes,
correct?
yep.
And, are they various ages or mostly older or younger?
I believe the majority are adults. Now, I don't know if they're over 50,
Okay.
which is what the countrywide men over 50 are the highest rates. But I'm not sure if that's
So
true in Ottawa.
Veterans over 50 is what you're saying.
I'm sorry, what?
Veterans over 50?
Just
all-
men over
all
50
men
have the
over
highest rates of suicide in the country. But I'm not sure that I can say that the majority of ours are men over 50. So just that they're men.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Evil.
Yeah, concern about the men. So how does Ottawa County compare to other counties in Michigan or maybe nationwide?
In general, and there is, if you go to the county website for the Suicide Prevention Coalition, there's a bunch of graphs that compare it, both Ottawa and Michigan and then nationwide. And Ottawa in general is lower in every category in regards to suicide. This just is one of our areas that's really high. So that's specifically being targeted. But it is lower than the Michigan's like state average in general.
Commissioner Cosby.
I think we actually have lowered our average age of death for males, if I remember correctly. It impacts Caucasian males more than other groups. Trying to remember and it's usually working age males that are impacted.
Commissioner Miedema.
Thank you for your report today. Would it be possible for you to share with us the presentation that you shared today? Maybe send it in an email?
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And then there's one more program. Oops, wait. Not pointing this. There we go. Sorry. So the medical examiner program is kind of a unique niche for public health. They investigate all sudden, unexpected, violent, or unwitnessed deaths in the county. They're responsible for providing an accurate cause and manner of death. So essentially, Ottawa County Public Health is providing programs from birth through the end of life. And when someone passes away without next of kin, there is no one to collect the remains or to hold the funeral or memorial of any kind. For many years, there was no formal program for facilitating burial for indigent persons or unclaimed remains. Excuse me. In 2020, Ottawa County Department of Public Health and the medical examiner program partnered with 2 funeral homes and an Ottawa County municipality to begin a formal program for how to care for unclaimed remains. In 2021, the program and partnerships continued to expand as it sort of developed its framework. Remains of those individuals are now cremated and transported to a local cemetery where the ashes are placed in a dedicated garden. And that's the top picture there that you can see. And a memorial plaque was also purchased and displayed to acknowledge the life and final resting place for each person. And there's a picture of the plaque there as well. In 2022, services were provided to 18 individuals in Ottawa County. So we strongly believe that, every person's life matters. And with the help of these community partners, there's now a process that offers a dignified final resting place for each member of our community, regardless of their circumstance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any final questions?
I do.
Commissioner Rhodey.
I actually have a couple of questions off of the annual report.
Yeah.
So on page 9 of the annual report, it has Children's Special Healthcare Services. And it notes that you provided 1,449 families with children's special healthcare services, the 7th highest enrollment in the state of Michigan. So I very much appreciate that these families have been enrolled in it because I know it can be very supportive. But do we have a breakdown of what are the diagnoses of the children in this program? Like, what's happening with these kids? And so diagnoses, percentages of how that breaks down. And are we seeing any movement? Like, are those numbers going up or down? What are we seeing going on there?
And I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay,
but
so if you
I
could
can get
send
it.
that, that'd
Yeah,
be great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I have one other question too. When we look at the budget, I'm trying to find the right page here. Just a second. It's
Page
the
11.
financial report. Yep, thank you. Page 11. We see a significant increase of over $1 million on personnel services and expenditures, and other services and charges. And then when we drop down to the bottom, we see the number of full-time employees. And so 2020 and 2021 were about 99, and 2022 we're at 120. So obviously a very significant increase, and I understand due to COVID. But just wondering, what are we looking at, projections on that? Are we staying about the same, or is that going down now that that has relieved a little bit? What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's was a little higher. It's right around 2020 and 2021. I believe we're hovering right around 100 or 102.
Okay.
So the total there is the total number of FTEs available. And so that includes the grant funded temporary window of COVID positions. However, because we don't have most of those filled currently at the moment either.
Okay.
So I can't, we may be closer to 110 or 115 at the moment. But once the COVID funding and that sunsets, we'll be closer to the hovering right around 100.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to community mental health.
Good afternoon. Okay. Let me see if I can get my, there we go, clicker can work. So thanks for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of the information about our services and supports and what we were busy with in 2022. Our mission at CMHOC is to partner with people with mental illness, intellectual and developmental disabilities, substance use disorders, and the broader community to improve lives and be a premier mental health agency in Michigan. This report format looks pretty much like the last couple of years. It reflects some highlights of what we do at our agency. We do a whole lot of stuff. We have a lot of programs, and I would be here for the whole day if I tried to explain all the things we're involved in. So we try to pull out some important things and some things that were critical to us in that year. So this year's report, and I will try to be brief. I realize this meeting's gone pretty long. All the detail about what I'm talking about today and a lot of other stuff is available on our website. And beyond that, I know most of you are new. I look forward to meeting with you and letting you know a lot more about CMH services. So this year's report, it talks a lot about grants and about our millage programs. A little history about our grants. We have always had grants at CMH. Some of the long-standing grants include our housing and urban development grants that help people who are homeless to find homes, permanent homes, and also get supports. We've also had long-term grants from places like Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. They often put out funding resources in the form of grants for specific places where they've deemed there might be a little bit more need. And that might be, for instance, outreach to the Hispanic community. We've really increased our grant usage. And really the reason for that is because I have to take you back a couple years. 2014, 15, 16, we were experiencing pretty significant funding issues due to mainly a reorganization of our region and also Medicaid grant. The methodology that Medicaid funds are distributed was not favorable to us in those years. So we went through a period of having to close programs, having to lay off staff. We lost probably a third of our staff, and we're still not quite back up to where we were, just getting there. But they were pretty desperate times. And really what we realized is that if our primary funding source, Medicaid, dictates what we're able to do and not do, we wanted to diversify our funding and our revenue. So we really made an effort to look at what else was out there to help us provide programming and services to the community. One of those ways was our millage, the dedicated mental health millage. And the other way was to really intentionally go after some grant dollars. So in this report, some of the grants that we talk specifically about include our System of Care grant, which is a federally funded SAMHSA grant. That grant, which is called in Ottawa County, the Ottawa County Collaborative to Strengthen Youth and Families, provides resources to improve mental health outcomes to children and youth birth through age 21 who have serious emotional disturbances, and it includes their families as well. Some of the cool things that we've done with that grant are we have done tons of trainings for professionals and school people to learn more about trauma and just other issues that might be impacting kids today. They also launched an anti-stigma campaign centered on youth and kids. And there's, if you have time, I would highly recommend you go to the website, which is stigmafreeottawa.com. And you'll see lots of resources and some really cool stuff that we were able to put on social media that was encouraging kids and their families to pay attention to their mental health and also sort of normalize talking about it and looking, using resources that are available either on the websites or however they might get that information to learn about their own mental health issues and to become maybe more familiar with their feelings. And really the aim is to get kids and families to seek help when they need it. Another one of our large grants that we've been working on in the last year is CCBHC, that's Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics. That's another SAMHSA grant. And that grant specifically works on integration of health and mental health and physical health. It's really helping us to promote wellness activities, and it allows us to look at a person as a whole not just concentrating on mental health issues, but making sure that the rest of their physical health needs are being addressed as well. That grant will allow us to expand our services to many people. When we move to federal funding, we'll have much greater opportunity to really serve anyone who comes to us, regardless of their insurance. We do that on a limited basis. We're a limited basis right now with our Medicaid and our general fund dollars, but this will certainly allow us to expand those services to a lot of people in this community. So as I mentioned, one of the other ways that we diversified our funding was to go after a millage in 2016, and we were successful in doing that. I'll go through some of the specific millage funded programs that we're involved in right now. But one of the areas that we use millage funding for is a program called our Residential Stabilization Program. And I'm going to show you a video. I think pictures are always, speak 1,000 words, right? And I hope this is a bright point of the meeting today. It's the video takes place in one of our partner agencies who provide residential care for adults in Ottawa County. Harbor House Ministries is in Jenison. And they really specialize in taking care of some of the most vulnerable people in our community. These are individuals who have intellectual and developmental disabilities, but they also usually have some pretty significant health concerns. So I'm going to hopefully be able to queue up this video for you.
Harbor House Ministries provides residential care for adults with complex needs. We do all of the activities of daily living from the time you wake up in the morning all the way through the night, 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
They come here and they live here and they become a family with us. Along with their family, they just becomes one big family together. We walk alongside the families to be able to help them take care of their loved ones so that they are not the only caregivers. And we come up with the goals and how to help them live their best life, whether that's physical therapy, occupational therapy, going out on outings.
Harbor House is based on the idea of living abundantly. And so what that means is living life to the full. So it's good care and maintaining health, but it's also the things that are important. The relationships that you look at for in the community, the relationships you have with your housemates.
We help them brush their teeth. We help them take their showers. We help them do all their personal cares that would be easy to you and I. We get up in the morning, we get ready, we help them with that kind of stuff. We help them go out into the community, and that looks like getting into our Harbor House vans, which is the handicap accessible vans.
The men and women who live at Harbor House Ministries are able to be a vibrant part of their community. They are able to do all of the activities that in the community that they enjoy, and they are able to volunteer or work in the community if that's something that they desire.
Being able to be just engrossed into the community and be able to show them, like, yeah, just because they have a disability doesn't mean they can't just live their normal lives. It may look a little different, but it's fine. We have 3 buildings where the residents live in. So we have Pure Place, Beacon Place, and Anchor Place, and that's where the residents reside. Our ratio is either 1-2 or 1-3. So you have 1 resident aide to 3 residents, and you help them be able to do that. We do have home managers in each building, and they are the ones that are medically trained. We do have a clinical director who is an RN who oversees everything.
Harbor House Ministries is so grateful for the millage funds. We would not be able to cover our budget gap without those funds to pay our staff in this competitive job market, to be able to do the things that make life full and abundant here at Harbor House for the men and women we serve.
I just love them so much. They are a second family to me. The joy that they bring every single day and like the challenges that they go through and the smile that they just keep going is unreal.
It's so much fun to help create a new experience that maybe was thought to be out of reach for whatever reason, accessibility or whatever, and to be able to work with our staff on how do we reach this goal? How do we attain this dream for that person? And so helping people realize their hopes and dreams and getting to know and hang out with some of the coolest people I know.
So thank you to Harbor House for letting us go out to their home and do some videotaping. We truly appreciate it. The millage dollars that we use to support Harbor House Ministries, Peg mentioned in there that it's used to help cover the gap and the funding shortages they might have in the staffing crisis that we're having right now with direct care workers. It allows them to offer some things that Medicaid won't let you do, like bonuses, retention, and some overtime. We also use those millage funds to help them cover the gap between room and board, which Medicaid does not pay for. It's usually paid for with someone's Social Security income, but there is often a gap between what it really actually costs to take care of somebody and what that SSI covers. So the millage funding is really used to help in those two areas and support those programs so that they continue to be in existence, because I don't know what we would do if we lost our quality residential programs in Ottawa County. So I'm going to move on to maybe it's probably a lot more dry than that cool video, but we try to include some budget numbers and people served in our annual report. This slide in particular talks about how many people we served in 2022. The 7,768 people is really probably a low number when you consider the outreach that many of our programs have and the number of lives that are impacted through some of our partner organizations. As you can see from that pie chart, the majority of the people we serve are adults with severe mental illness, followed by adults with substance use disorder, children with SED, children with substance use disorder is a very tiny percentage there, and 15% of the people we serve have intellectual and developmental disabilities. This slide talks about our revenue and the way it's set up. It's the last couple years numbers for you, and it's broken out by the type of funding we get. And as you can see on the far left side, the vast majority of our funding still comes from Medicaid. The second area is general fund, that's state general fund, not county general fund. Other includes things like third-party insurance reimbursements, Medicare, and some relationships we have with our neighboring counties where we exchange some funds if we take care of each other's folks. The bars on the very right of that chart are the allocation from Ottawa County. Statutorily, you are required to match some funds, and that amount is $476,500. Underneath there, excuse me, slightly different. So the next graph talks about our substance use disorder services, and again, a comparison in where those funds come from. This is our expenditure report. Again, comparing the last 4 years, as you can see on the left-hand side, adults with severe mental illness, our expenditures, about 30% of our expenditures go to that population. Children with serious emotional disturbance, approximately 15% of our revenues, our expenditures are going towards kids with SED. And for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, that orange bar represents about 55% of our funding. And if you'll recall, in the pie chart, we serve of our total population served, 15% are intellectually and developmentally disabled. The majority of our funds are actually going to support that population. The reasons for that are because it's almost always long-term care. Folks tend to stay with us for their lives, and services tend to be very expensive. It often includes residential care, quite a few services as far as professional services. So that's sort of the explanation for why the spending is skewed towards that population. The next graph, again, is our SUD spending, and it just breaks it down into the various populations that we serve. This slide talks about our mental health millage and our grants. The revenue that we receive for the millage for fiscal year 22 was about 3.8 million. Our grants total were about 2.7 million. Mental health transfers mean local match and in-kind services that get transferred. And then there's some investment money in there. Expenditures for millage and grants, as you can see, the bulk of our millage spending goes to support programs for persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In part, that's because there aren't very many grant opportunities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. They tend, when they're available, they tend to be more for substance use and adults with mental illness. So we've definitely tried to use millage dollars to support that population, because we're not always able to get grant programs. The info graphs on the rest of this slide are just snapshots of some of the really great programming we're able to do with millage dollars. On our website, there's a more extensive and an updated version of the millage funded programs. But in almost every single case with millage funding or funded programs, we're partnering with someone, so we're trying to stretch those dollars even further than they are to reach as many people as we can. In most cases, there's a partner organization that's bringing funding to the project as well. A really good example of that is the 345 in the middle of the graphics is representative of the people the students served through one of our millage funded programs, the Ottawa Community Schools Network. And that's a partnership with the Intermediate School District and multiple local school districts to provide a person in the schools. Right now we're in 16 schools in 6 districts, and it's a coordinator in the school that can help find resources for students and families. So it might be that the student needs a winter coat, or the family struggling with food, or the kid needs mental health services. So it's this coordinator's job to help try to find those resources. gives back school personnel some of their time that they might have had to do some of that. So it's a tremendous program. And the millage dollars that we contribute, 142,000, really help to seed that program. And it's a minor contribution now, but it still helps to support some really, really incredible programming in our community that really is far reaching. The 345 are the number of mental health connections that were made for students. So these next couple of slides go into quite a bit of detail about the grant fund, the system of care grant that I spoke about earlier. And not to not give them credit where it's due. I think for the sake of time, I won't go into any more detail about this important grant program that we are working with. And I, again, would encourage you to go to that stigmafreeottawa.com and look at some of the resources that we have posted there. This next slide talks about our strategic goals. And they're similar to we've had in past years. One of them is to preserve core services and the public system of mental health. This year, last year and this year, we're really focusing on housing needs. There is, like most of Ottawa County, a great housing need, especially accessible and affordable housing for the people we work with. Transportation continues to be an ongoing issue for some of our folks, and employment needs and helping people to find meaningful employment. We're also working on continuing our efforts with integrated health and care coordination. CCBHC, that grant I mentioned, certainly is helping us to achieve some of those objectives and that goal. Maintaining efficiency and accountability. We are preparing to go through our every 3-year CARF accreditation. We are also monitored by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and our region, which is the Lakeshore Regional Entity, to make sure that we are following our contractual obligations and we're abiding by Medicaid rules and policy. The fourth goal there is to support staff in our provider network. The work we do can be challenging. And so we take it very seriously that we need to take care of our staff. We also know that we are heavily reliant on our partner organizations that we work with in our community. And we know that we have to pay attention to how they're doing, not only financially, but in the sense of just making sure staff are able to continue to do their jobs. So I will leave you with that. I'm going to say thank you to our board members, new and old. Our staff are amazing. Our partner organizations, we couldn't do the work without them truly. And thank you for allowing us to do this work.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Or we can continue. Thank you very
so
much. Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, all right. Next up, 10D Ottawa County Facilities Maintenance Annual Report. Let's hear it from Mr. Blake Upright.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I know everybody's been excited for this. I have. So, oh, wait, there's the clicker. My first one of this was a big surprise last year. As many of you know, I started here in June of 2021, and this was one of the little goodies they dropped in my lap unexpectedly. Oh, you have an annual report due in like a month. Interesting. So it began down this rabbit hole of digging out and figuring out where exactly we are at, what we have, what we don't have, and how we rate. So for the last while doing work, that's what I've been going through. Are we there yet? No, but we're getting there. So without further ado, this is the Ottawa County Facilities Annual Report. Mission statement. Ottawa County Facilities and Maintenance Department's mission is to maintain and improve county facilities and grounds through fiscally responsible and customer service driven reactive maintenance, preventative maintenance, and project management. We're one of the things that I notice and I try to get through to all my staff is we are a customer service division. That is first and foremost. You're never too busy. You're never too important to stop what you're doing and help. Staff, customer, somebody walking by. That's where we're headed. We're getting close. Our organizational chart is a little goofy. We're over the last year and a half, we've made some changes to that to get better on some things. Compliance was a big issue that I noticed. Looking through the department as far as what we do, what we don't do, how we monitor it, how we track it, how we get there. So we created that position. We also created the facility specialist position we were in kind of an antiquated system that didn't work for where we wanted the department to go. So we created the facility specialist position, who is Abby. That's me. I was moved to full-time director in February of 22. Staff, we have, I don't think I need to name them all, but we have 23 employees, 24 if you count me, 12 maintenance, 9 custodial, the project and compliance staff, and Abby, the administrative support side of that. Couple of things that surprised me when I got here and started looking at things. Our CMMS system was when I contacted the vendor to find out why exactly is this so poor? Like, real question. He explained to me, well, that's the 1996 platform you're working on. You can imagine it was a dream to work in. So after learning that, we've done kind of a search and we found a better system and we're implementing it. We've implemented it. We're using it for reservations. The more I learn, the more I can apply. So we've done that. We're working through the compliance standards. Obviously, my OSHA is a big driver to that. There's the 2 new positions that we created. Our operating budget in 2022 was $2.6 million. Operation budget includes small projects, utilities, staff, all those types of things. CIP budget, 2.6 million. They're the same. That included a lot of the projects that we're going through and worked on in 22, some of which we're still working on simply because of supply chain issues. There's a couple projects that were funded differently through the Ottawa County Insurance Authority that obviously weren't in the CIP. Work orders and assets. Roughly 8,000 work orders. We're working better to get at reactive maintenance is what I refer to as expensive maintenance, typically because you didn't plan for it. When we do our budgets in March and April and then put them in, and then November 1st, an air handler goes down, you didn't expect that. So we're trying to get as little reactive maintenance as possible through better preventative maintenance. Custodial, we continue to push that standard and increase that. I found some areas that I wasn't content with. Our old custodial supervisor retired. We've replaced him with David Kolker, who is a longtime industry person in the custodial. And we're bringing that standard up as well. Assets we manage, let's see, goes from as simple as Grand Haven Courthouse as a whole to the pump on the boiler in the basement at Grand Haven Courthouse. They're all assets. They're all tracked. We're working through trying to get to a spot of there's a term in the industry called cost for loss of use. What is it going to cost us if a unit goes down? Some buildings, it's not a big deal. If we lose an air handler at the jail, big deal. So there's different costs associated with all that we're working through, trying to create better standards, better documentation, and keep up on the times. Contracts. We're blessed to manage a lot of them, it appears. Who knew there were that many? Wow. So everything from the snow removal and mowing to pest control, the event management, the conference rooms, the parking lots that are rented out across the county, life safety, basically things that just keep us going. I've always said, in a perfect world, nobody knows facilities exist. Ottawa County buildings, there's 14 of them, 647,000 square feet, 21.5 acres of parking lots, 61.3 acres of grounds. That's a fair amount. It's spread all over the county nicely too, so it's not centralized, so it makes it even handier. As many of you are aware, or anybody in here can see across the parking lot, next year's annual report will say 15 buildings and about 720,000 square feet. Just kind of a brief overview of our facilities. At James Street, we have actually five buildings. A, B, C, D is what we call it for DHS, and the maintenance garage. This complex is a little bit older. A lot of it was built in the mid to late 80s, one building in the late 70s. A lot of parking lots, a lot of roofs, a lot of air handlers, a lot of stuff there. A building breakdown, it was built in 1977. This houses our community mental health admin and clinical side. In 2022, one of the projects we did was administration, kind of refresh and update on the furniture, the flooring, the paint. A lot of our spots have office furniture that's of a few generations old. In 2023, there's the original metal facade needs some work, so we're going to be working on that. The roofing that was approved, that will be in 23 as well. Oh, there was a pharmacy, Genoa. They brought in a pharmacy to better serve the needs of the clientele there. B building. I don't have a clean picture because it's kind of muddy and it's a construction site, so it doesn't look real pretty. But the exterior of this building, when it was built by the state, I think the state probably built it, or the contract, but the block was actually rolling out. The roof is tied into the block. It was not exactly, it was heading towards an unsafe condition. We got the Ottawa County Insurance Authority to fund the project, $1.6 million renovation on the exterior of the building. Now there's a rendition of it. It has all the blocks have been fixed. The roof has been attached so that it's secure. And the outside is now metal panels, kind of an architectural metal panel design. It looks pretty nice. We're also updating because they were outdated and we could no longer get parts for them, the entire electrical distribution system in the building. Nothing better than when a breaker goes bad and the supply houses, we can't find those anymore. So 23, we'll just be finishing up the projects on that. C buildings built in 1987. This houses a couple different things, our public health administration side and clinical side. And there's a clerk's office in there as well. In 22, we replaced a generator that runs all of our, but doesn't run. It backs up our vaccine refrigerators and everything that are in there. The outdoor lighting upgrade, trying to switch to better LED to get better lighting to make it a safer place. The way the building's designed on the exterior, it lends itself to dark spots that aren't well lit. D building. This is where we have Department of Health and Human Services, the public defenders in the basement, and also adult probation. So a lot of community involvement there. We'll be redoing the roof in 23, and the EFS is starting to deteriorate along the outside. So we'll be working on that as well. That leads us to the Fillmore complex where we are here. This houses our administration building, our jail, juvenile and probate courts, and our future family justice center. Administration building was originally built in 1998. The extra wing went on in 2008. This houses a lot of departments, human resources, sheriff's department, facilities, administration, strategic impact, parks, clerk treasurer, register of deeds, strategic impact. We replaced and upgraded our bollard lights last year to LED ones instead of the high pressure sodiums that were in there. We've been working through carpet in this building, reinstalling, just getting things up to speed and up to date. We upgraded some generator outlets to make it more. They told me that we never lose power out here. We lost power in the first 6 months I was here. So that 3 times we lost that. Unheard of according to Consumers Energy. But it did. So we had to upgrade some of that stuff. The Sheriff's Memorial Wall, the garden out there, the bricks water was getting in and causing damage. We repaired that. We're adding a conference room in 23, more carpet, and a life safety fire alarm panel will be upgraded. The Justice and Detention Facility. Original build was in 1994, phase 2 was late 94, and phase 3 was 2005. This houses our probate court, juvenile and adult detentions. This is a 24/7 facility. It never shuts down. There's always ongoing maintenance there. The Grand Haven facilities. We have the Fulton Street building, which houses a mental health kind of satellite office and a public defender satellite office. That one was rehabbed in 2004 and looks pretty good. It'll be getting a new roof. We upgraded some HVAC units in the recent history on that one as well. Grand Haven Courthouse. 2009, we built that. This houses a whole lot of things: 50th District Court, 20th Circuit Court, probate court, county clerk, friend of court, prosecuting attorneys, adult probation, state probation. It's a big building. It has a lot of things going on it. Inside of it, it's a very busy building. It makes working in there very difficult. But at the same time, it was built in 2009, and it is, I don't like to acknowledge, we're getting close to that 20-year mark on it already. So things are starting to wear out. The boiler stack that rotted out from the boilers, so we had to replace that this year, replace some carpet that was wearing out, causing trip hazards. 23, we will continue to work through all that and move forward on kind of updating different things. The parking lots, we rent those parking lots out pretty regular to a list of Grand Haven and different civic organizations for their festivals up there. The district court in Hudsonville. This one was built in 2 phases. 1977 was the original building. The addition, which now houses the court, was in 2005. It also houses a sheriff's department, outpost, health department, a CMH, and a clerk, and along with an adult probation. This one we had a lot of problems with recently. Prior to me getting here, I kind of finished up the projects. We went from 25 units for heating and cooling on that building to 6. It was cold, but it was damp inside. It was just wet. It was damp enough that like the paneling and everything warped and buckled and is coming apart. So that was a necessary upgrade that we did. That was also, I think, that was joint funded. That was general fund and insurance authority dollars. Since then, we fixed all the drywall that was damaged from the moisture inside. We have a public restroom renovation that we will be doing in 23. The Holland District Court on 8th Street. This is a building we only own half of it. The Holland City Police Department owns the other half. This houses 50th District Court, 20th Circuit Court, Probate Court, Prosecuting Attorney and Friend of Court, and Adult Probation. In 22, we installed a little kind of lunch area outside for staff to use throughout the year. We had some water problems in the basement there that we've been working on. Those are mostly all resolved at this point. Different HVAC upgrades as we're trying to back to that preventative versus reactive maintenance. We're getting to end of life cycle on some of the rooftops and we're replacing them. Another fire panel that needs to be replaced. Looking forward, we're excited about the Family Justice Center and getting that one done. Potential mental health pod and medical at the adult detention. Various remodels within different departments, HVAC updates and upgrades, trying to keep up with that replace before it fails thought process. And then, aligning ourselves with the industry best practices of today and the best knowledge and information we can get a hold of to bring our department and all of our buildings, obviously, to that level. Questions? This is exciting stuff.
I have a question for you. Bruce.
Yeah.
How do you guys handle that, the hallway between the police department and district court?
Nobody wants it.
Nobody wants it?
Nobody wants it. Actually, the way it's handled is the city of Holland actually kind of takes the lead on that, much like the parking structure. And then we pay assessments, like our portion of the assessment on it. Mhm.
Any other questions?
Just a statement.
Mhm.
You really know your business.
Well, I appreciate that. Not everybody wants to hear about facilities.
Well, the humor helps a little bit. So thank you for the
Yeah.
humor as well.
Not a problem.
I personally really enjoy hearing about the facilities. I've heard some very positive comments
Good.
in my time so far touring different buildings and things.
Good.
Yeah.
It's one thing that we're, as time flies by and we move forward, when you start looking at a lot of our buildings, they were built in clumps, like time clusters, a 5-year period, early 90s, mid 90s, and in the 2000s. And as you age, those buildings, all of a sudden we build them, we think that's brand new, you don't have to touch it. And then all of a sudden it's 20 years later and you're like, uh-oh, got to touch them. So we have to get those things all brought up and all that stuff. And it's a fun challenge. So
Well, thank you.
no problem.
Okay. I believe I need a motion to receive those 4 reports.
So moved.
Support.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, that motion carries. All right, that's item 10 on the agenda. We're on 11, public comment. If there's anybody additional who would like to come forward and give public comment, now would be a great time. We have 3 minutes to address the chair.
First public comment we have on our list is Dan Zimmer from Port Sheldon Township.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township, West Olive, Michigan. Chairman Moss and members of the room. Did you know John Gibbs has an archive webpage, the Society for the Critique of Feminism, in summary, a manifesto of negativity and ridicule toward women. Was this included in his resume for administrator? Google it. The Society for the Critique of Feminism. Seems to be a huge human resource liability risk. He is not the passive man who could not get a word in edgewise during the campaign ad with his mother. Do you remember? John Gibbs ran as a candidate in West Michigan Republican stronghold for 3rd Congressional District against Democrat Hillary Scholten and was defeated. That instance would indicate the voters do not want John Gibbs and his brand of ideology. To learn more about that ideology, read an article, Everything You've Heard About John Gibbs, Anti-Women's Screed is True by Michigan journalist Lisa Hayes. Did you forget? West Michigan voters clearly spoke when Scholten received 54.8% and Gibbs received 41.9% of their votes. Why would Ottawa Impact and its commissioners disregard West Michigan? Some commissioners have exalted John Gibbs as overqualified, and we are lucky to have him. Fact of the matter is, John Gibbs was politically unemployed, and Ottawa Impact and loyalist commissioners, like a cat, dragged the deceased mouse back into the House of Ottawa. In closing, Wikipedia states, Gibbs has a history of making false, inflammatory, and conspiratorial remarks on his Twitter feed. More recently, his use of the F word, whether used as a noun or a verb, is grounds for his mother to grab him by the ear and wash his mouth out with soap. Furthermore, for him to tender his resignation, or for the board to cut him loose with the same expediency as was done with John Shea, the only difference being Gibbs deserves to be terminated, John Shea did not.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Walter Davis, Grand Haven Township.
Regio Missouri Koto. As I indicated last time, Joe, I try to address the Ottawa County community through you. I try to address the members of the board through you. I do this especially because John Gibbs has decided that online comments will have to pass the litmus test of his Trumpian sensibility. As he says, online public comments does not mean the public comment will be online and viewable to the world. I'm happy to say I have all 515 of the ones that he suppressed, made me 365 new good friends. I am not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a communist. I'm a person who thinks that rigorous thinking is an absolute public responsibility. And that's what I'm trying to contribute to Ottawa County. That's why I'm asking everyone who sees this to join my newsletter, to go to Max Knife, MAC''S Knife on Substack, or to contact me at daviswaltera876@gmail.com. That first A is not an at. Those are all small letters run together. I indicated that I wanted to make two comments. Third one popped into my mind about religion. One involves the school, Libertas Christian School, where, among other things, they believe that the universe was created in 6 24 hours a day. To which I say, how dare you tell the deity how he can use language? The deity is not allowed to use metaphor. He has to speak literally because that's the only thing you can understand. We may be made in the image and likeness of God, but he is not made in the image and likeness of the dumbest of us. If you go to the Evangelical Emmanuel Free Church, you will hear 19 one-hour lectures by the pastor there saying that the Bible condemns critical race theory, thereby proving that he knows precious little of the one and absolutely nothing of the other. I suggest that he look up the words Mizpah and Zedekah in Hebrew and start reading with an open heart rather than a closed mind. Finally, I want to suggest to you, I usually offer you something to read. Here's a wonderful book called The Sexuality of Jesus. The response you make to that title will tell you all you need to know about your own sexuality and about your understanding of the incarnation. If you think Christ wasn't a sexual being, that's because you're.
Thank you.
Next public comment is David Lee Moran, Allendale Township.
I have a few things. First of all, FOIA requests, public comments, emails. My understanding is that all communications that are documented are FOIAble. People that email you in your present position, it's FOIAble. Notes that you write down are FOIAble. Even on your private email addresses, if somebody addresses you concerning issues that involve this county and in your position as your county commissioner, it's FOIAble. I understand there might be comments you don't like. I hear a lot of comments I don't like today. But I would tell you this, they need to be out there. The people need to see what's being said. There's nothing wrong with that. And even if they use somebody else's name, so let them be. Don't start suppressing speech, because once we go down that path, then where does it end? Okay. The other thing is about the speech. It tells you a lot about the character of the person making it. Okay. Closed session. I understand the need for closed session. It's not a bad thing as a board, but use a lot of caution. And when I say this, make sure you go into closed session, it's for the right purpose, that you only discuss the things that you're going in closed session for. And when it's time to come out of closed session, you do. It's a real easy trap to get into from one conversation to another. But as soon as you do that, you violated the closed session part. The other thing is the legal contract. I love at will. But that's why you would have a contract, is because you're not going to operate at will. In that contract, it should have a list of things that are expected and ways to get out of that contract for both parties. Okay. I am proud of the discussion. I really am. But I hope you understand what I'm saying. And then I want to get to my least favorite subjects. The unaccountability of the Ottawa County Road Commission. Most people of Ottawa do not understand that that road commission is appointed. And once they are appointed to that position, U.S. county commissioners have no say or authority over them. They don't even have to respond to your questions or concerns about the roads. From my understanding, the only one who can oversee them is the governor of the state of Michigan. I also know that back in 2012, the legislature changed the laws to allow you as a board to dissolve that road commission and take that responsibility under your own lap on your own accountability, which would give the people that don't like their roads somebody who's elected and accountable to them. We currently don't have accountability.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Donna Mooney from Georgetown Township.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to offer my continuing support to the new commissioners, as well as Mr. John Gibbs. You have my full support, and Justin Roebuck, thank you so much for removing us from Zuckerbox. I went ahead and twisted up my little script a little bit. So let's go ahead and talk about mental health. What are we doing to help people's mental health before they get to the point, that's before they get to the point of thinking of suicide or needing therapy? Do we think it's possible there's a correlation between the struggle of social engineering and human nature? I don't imagine that excluding someone from a job they might need because they aren't diverse enough could have anything to do with it. Or what about other current societal teachings that aim to label, identify, and group human beings, that's human beings, into categories of oppressed versus oppressor, privileged versus disadvantaged, or teaching young children about sexuality in schools, or teaching them they've been born in the wrong body? Is it possible these issues are inflaming the mental health issue? I think these are questions we should all be asking. My next comment is going to go into a little bit about COVID. Let's talk about the experts and trust. I'm going to leave you with some information I dug up from the History Channel about that point in time when the tobacco industry was recruiting doctors to push cigarette smoking as safe. The first cigarette company to use physicians in their ads was American Tobacco, maker of Lucky Strikes. In 1930, it published an ad claiming 20,679 physicians say Luckies are less irritating to the throat than other brands. In 1937, Philip Morris Company claimed doctors who they actually sponsored, mind you, that's money, that's endorsements, that's everything else, conducted a study, in quotes, showing when smokers changed to Philip Morris, every case of throat irritation cleared completely and definitely improved. Philip Morris continued to advertise studies it sponsored through the 1940s. Today, we know that smoking is not safe. Let's talk about Microsoft founder Bill Gates. Bill is given media airtime and paraded out as a pillar and expert on vaccines, while actual doctors and scientists who are qualified to give vaccine advice and have given advice that goes against the approved narrative being pushed by our government, big pharma, and the media are heavily censored and their medical licenses threatened. Not only does Bill Gates not have a medical degree, he doesn't have a college degree at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public comment is Kristen Hintz from Park Township.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to say that I really appreciate the reports that all of the departments gave: equalization, community, health. I'm already blanking on it. It's been a long day, but you know what I mean. I look around this room and there are very few people here anymore. It seems like everyone likes to come to share their comments, whether it's based on religion or personal beliefs, but they don't like to stick around long enough to really hear what Ottawa County is doing. And so I ask that as you are our public servants in Ottawa County, that you listen to those reports well and know that information so that you can help with the education. Because I'm sure that many of your constituents might come up with questions or why we're doing certain things, but it's because they haven't taken the time to really understand what is happening. So that's one thing that I ask of you as my public servant. Secondly, I just want to commend Mr. Bonema and Mr. Zoustra and Mr. Bregman for taking the time to talk about, on my notes here, one was to talk about the legal Kelman Legal Group and having the 3 years and then also at will. I like Mr. Bonema saying why we should have other options, right? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of other people that might take over the legal service that you asked? We don't want fear. I hear a lot of people speak from the foundation of fear and the foundation of the misinformation. And also as public servants, I ask that you look at other sources, not just your own sources, but look all around, make it broad so that we can all learn and we can all speak from not fear or misinformation. I don't care about having to go back and maybe get more information, that's fine. But just don't make decisions just like that and make sure that you're hearing all of the people, not just from one particular area. The last thing that I also wanted to talk about was, and 44 seconds left. I guess the very last thing was on my phone. And again, it goes with public servants. We all have personal beliefs and values, and that's fine. And some people have different, even when it comes to religion. But the one thing that we have to remember is that unlike what was written in that Republican committee letter, that this is not a spiritual warfare. And that was written in there, that you have integrity. I believe that you have integrity, but please don't make it a fight on spiritual warfare. Think about what you need to do best to serve all of the people.
Thank you.
Those are all the registered public comments we have, Mr. Chair. We do have one online.
And one. Okay, go ahead.
Lori Grassman, Robinson Township. I agree with her. Misinformation is really bad. And I'd like to say that the gentleman who said that Mr. Gibbs did not win here in West Michigan, I would like to reiterate that here in Ottawa County, he most definitely did win. So you can look up Justin's results. They say Mr. Gibbs win here in Ottawa County. Number two, I'd like to also congratulate you guys. About an hour ago, Dana Nessel found out that you did not violate the Open Meetings Act. So I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online?
We believe we have one Zoom comment.
We have one more here in person, at least one more. Come on up.
Caden Hembro, Georgetown Township. Just wanted to thank you guys for serving and be a voice of encouragement against stand strong against forces of darkness and trust in the Lord, follow his will. Thank you.
Thank you. One more in person.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I'm Jim Kuiper. I live in Holland Township. I came here today not with a given agenda. I'd like him to listen. Wow, what an incredible exchange of ideas and thoughts this morning. Am I talking well into the microphone? One of the problems we have out here in this section is that I have corrected hearing, but I have difficulty understanding when people don't speak directly into their microphone and speak clear, well, not clearly, you all speak clearly, but please focus on getting your mouth up right next to this thing, will you please? It helps a lot. Thanks again for a beautiful job. I totally support your efforts, and I look forward to hearing from you again and often. One thing, on the agenda, if there's a way that you could include a list of the commissioners and the officers, like Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Jordan and just Mr. Roebuck, and I'm not sure who this young lady is, but at any rate, please, that would be helpful for the people who don't know you personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call in person. We'll move to online comment.
Online comment we have is from Joe Spalding. Mr. Spalding, if you could unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Friends and enemies, my name is Joe Spalding, and I'm streaming this meeting from Holland Township on Facebook and Twitter at @beyond_process. I would like to acknowledge the land we are on was stolen from Ottawa and Peoria Anishinaabe, as well as the lives lost in East Lansing in the senseless tragedy that would have been prevented with common sense gun policy. But on a less serious note, for a moment, I thought it was hilarious watching Lucy Ebel try to wrap her head around Prop A while talking about her home exclusively. Lucy should know that her paid off home is worth north of $400,000, and Prop A is why she pays almost nothing in taxes on it. The increase in value happens because our townships and cities don't allow enough homes to be built for the jobs coming in, and Prop A shelters wealthy homeowners like Lucy Ebel from paying for their fair share in taxes, charging new homeowners the difference, which is largely trickled down onto the heads of renters, who are people who belong and should enjoy our ringing freedom too. These things are all things you should know coming into office, but instead all of you were focused on personal vendettas and national partisan culture wars. Sylvia lost all credibility this past week, by the way, during the Kent County Board of Commissioners meeting when Commissioner Matt Tallman, Joe Moss's friend and Joe's business partner's brother, that's Joel Coleman's brother, said he would be happy to educate incoming GVSU students on sex if they didn't already know about it. Then he leaned back in his chair and cried like a cat with the canary, and his colleagues cringed vocally. That's how Matt and undoubtedly Joe and Joel talk about young women in public. Imagine what they say in private. Everyone knows Sylvia did all the hard work of organizing Ottawa Impact, but in your weird nationalist patriarchy, you need a proud penis owner to be a figurehead, hence Joe Moss. Now, Boss's buddy is cracking groomer jokes while representing Byron Center, where John Gibbs is from, at the Kent County Commission. No one ever thinks the leopards will be eating their face, but that doesn't stop the face-hungry leopard, Sylvia. I wish it.
Please address your comments to the chair.
Mr. Moss, if I wanted any lip from you, I'd put Sylvia Rhodey on a fishing hook and cast her in your direction. I wish it were simply funny that Matt, Mr. King, Joe Moss, Justin Barclay, John Gibbs, and other weird Republicans clutch pearls while pretending the biggest threat to college students is having access to condoms or even, oh my God, sex toys. Especially when they are pretending to give one half of a damn about freedom while spitting in the face of sex, drugs, and rock and roll without consent. But it's not simply funny. It's also tragic because this is happening in the shadow of the massacre at MSU, where one of the 5 surviving victims was just moved to stable condition. Bobbleheads will mumble through nonsense about gun-free zones without pondering why we are the only developed country where this continues to predictably happen. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well did Republican prayers prevent future school shootings after Oxford? I don't expect Joe Moss, Lucy Gretchen, or Sylvia to grow a sense of decency robust enough to even think about any of this anytime soon.
Thank you. Is there any additional online or public comment? I believe if you've given one public comment, you cannot give a second. I'm sorry.
It is just with that comment that was just shared, please. It's just to overweight what was just shared. It's just that
I'm sorry, you can only give one public comment.
We walk.
If someone else would like to give public comment.
Speak the truth with strength and compassion.
Welcome.
John DeBlay, Georgetown. If
ma'am, if you could. Ma'am, if you could please allow the meeting to continue.
Just said online, he is far left. I disagree with him.
Thank you, ma'am. If you would like to speak after, you could speak after with commissioners. Thank you. Let's continue with public comment.
Okay, John DeBlay, Georgetown. First, I want to say thank you to all the commissioners for the great job you're doing, and Mr. Gibbs and the Coleman group as well. I would say that after that last statement online, if we don't have community standards put in place to cause that from not happening, that is a problem. And I think you guys know what to do. So thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we may have one more. Harvey, did you speak already this session? Oh, please come. You'd be free to speak. 3 minutes. And please address the board chair.
Yes, thank you. My name is Harvey Nick from Georgetown. In response to the last comment, had the prosecutor, given that person the required sentence for carrying a gun, being found with a weapon in 2019, he would have never been out shooting on the campus. The other thing, if you look at again, I'll give you the list of the goals. If you look at the tenets of the communist agenda, confiscate weapons is number 3, I think, on the list. So no, taking the guns away would have not changed that. Putting him and having the due result of what he had done, and if the prosecutor had not been a source-funded prosecutor and put in place, he would not have been out of prison to carry that weapon.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to item 12, additional business, report from county administrator.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Things are moving along well. There's 2 things I want to share with everyone. We are gearing up for the strategic plan for 2024. That is going to be a collaborative process. We're going to work very closely with the directors of the departments as well as the elected officials on the board to work on that going forward. So And that is something we're going to be diving into, as well as the budget cycle for the next fiscal year, which we'll be getting into as well. And that will also be a process. We'll be working very closely with the directors and the electeds and the board on that. So those are kind of two big things coming up over the next weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item B, general information, comments, meetings attended. I know we have several. So if you have anything you'd like to share, please, now is the time. Maybe we don't.
Can we share at the next meeting?
Oh, absolutely.
The NACO.
Absolutely. All right. With that, I look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Have a great day.